Warm welcome to all of you, and now to the wider group, having our observers from the IPSASB board and other valuable observers in the back. Very good morning. As you all know, this is a very special moment for me as I'm opening my last official CAG meeting as the chair, and I'm really delighted that we have a fantastic program again on the agenda for today. Sorry for the slight delay, but we already had a very dynamic private session, which shows the caliber of the group. But with that, we can now start the official part of the meeting. For me, it's the last meeting. For some, it's the first. And so with that, I would want to say a very warm welcome to the group to Lana Dar. Lana is from the Office of the Auditor General of Canada, and she's the principal in the financial audit practice at the Office of the Auditor General at Canada. I hope that's right. Lana has over 20 years of experience in auditing government organizations and supporting clients in the adoption and implementation of accounting standards. And she's a member of the discussion group for the Canadian Public Sector Accounting Board, which is a forum for public sector financial reporting issues in the Canadian jurisdiction. So very warm welcome, Lana. Great to have you. Secondly, I want to welcome Franziska. Franziska is with us virtually on screen. Hi, Franziska. I had the pleasure to meet you in person already, so I can kind of sacrifice that you're with us only virtual today. That's fantastic. Thank you very much for joining us, and thanks for being able or being available for us to serve in the important role as a member of a parliamentarian or of a parliament. Actually, Franziska is a member of the federal German parliament, the German Bundestag, since 2021. And Franziska has extensive experience as a senior civil servant in the city of Hamburg, and who is a little bit familiar with the German landscape of public sector accounting knows that Hamburg is one of the leading states within Germany. Some say showing the best practice in how to do public sector accounting. And Franziska was involved in various implementation projects in Hamburg, and therefore gained a lot of very valuable implementation experience, which she will bring to the table. She also served as a lecturer for over 8 years now regarding budgeting and efficiency analysis, and brings in her academic perspective from that viewpoint. So Franziska, thank you very much again for making yourself available. I think that's fantastic, and we definitely will benefit a lot from your viewpoints as a parliamentarian. Looking forward to your perspectives and contributions. So with that, we have 13 members attending in person. We have 8 attending virtually. We have one apology from Tiago, but I see Tiago online, so probably he joined last minute. That's fantastic. So we have 9 online. Great, Tiago, that you had the opportunity to join as well. Looking at the agenda, very shortly, you will have seen that as in the past, when we had personal meetings, we got back to the implementation issues meeting. And today we have the pleasure to get a presentation from the United Republic of Tanzania before the coffee break. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from their experiences in implementing IPSAS or standards aligned with IPSAS in Tanzania. After the usual report back and report from Ross as the program and technical director's report, we will jump into the technical part of the agenda today. As already said earlier, we will start with advancing public sector sustainability reporting and get an update on developments and an outline on the board's plans in that area. And definitely the board and the chair and staff are looking forward to our contribution regarding that journey. Next, we will talk about presentation of financial statements, a project which is very important and which has been introduced to the work plan just recently as a result and a reaction to the constituents' commentary to the mid-year work program review consultation. And after the coffee break in the afternoon, we will talk about natural resources and get an update from Edwin on where staff stands in terms of scoping and defining what is in the scope of this project. And as you have seen in the paper, staff and the board is looking forward to our reaction regarding the suggested approach in the aspect of natural resources. Any comments regarding the agenda? Hopes, fears, aspirations? All right. Oh, Ross, fears, hopes?
Not feels, but I hope everyone brought their picture faces today because we're going to do a CAG photo at the beginning of lunch. So just reminding everyone not to disappear. We want to get a group photo with as many of you in the room together. So just want to remind people of that we'll be doing that. We'll be looking to grab members before you grab food.
We definitely all brought our picture faces. Look at us, how pretty we are. Fantastic for the picture. So thank you, Ross, for that. Yeah, we will do that in the lunch break. So that brings us to the last item in the opening remarks, which is the approval of the December minutes. Any remarks regarding the meeting minutes of December? I don't see that. So with that, I take them as being approved. And with that, we can jump directly into the topic of implementation issues. And I would invite the representatives from Tanzania to the table. Eileen, I think you are in charge of that. So the presenters of today from Tanzania will be Leonard Mkute, who's the Accountant General of the United Republic of Tanzania, and Pius Maneno, who is the Executive Director of the Accounting and Advisory Board in Tanzania. Welcome to the table. And again, thank you very much for making yourself available. I think we as the CAG, as well as the board, really benefit a lot from hearing from practitioners what are challenges and benefits when implementing the standards. And therefore, we are really looking forward to your presentation. So I think Leonard is going to start. Yes. Okay. Pius. Okay. Thank you very much. And the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairman and members and observers, for allowing us to talk to your esteemed committee or board. Tanzania, we feel proud that we've been invited to talk with this kind of jury. And I'll talk on your presentation. As you introduce me, my name is Pius, that's a Latin name. My friends call me Pio, and the others call me Pius. And I'll start in 10 minutes, just giving you the strategy we used to engage public sector as a power. And then the Accountant General, CPA Radem Kude, will talk on the implementation of the issues. In our presentation, I'll start with introduction, which I'm going to do it. And then the Accountant General will talk of the IPSASB implementation, the statutory audits, lesson learned and conclusion. First of all, I'd like to say United Republic of Tanzania was formed in 1964. When you say United Republic, it is Tanganyika and Zanzibar. That's why it's called United. And we are in a unitary multi-party republic. Our country has got a total area of 945,000 square meters with a population of 61.7 from 2022 census. And we used to have a growth rate of 6.5, but because of other factors, the COVID and others, now from 2022, our GDP is growing at a rate of 4.6. But we are improved.
According to the recent assessment by Moody's and Fitch, our outlook, the outlook from next year is going to be 5.2, and the other year is going to be 6. That's the recent publication from Fitch and Moody's here.
Okay, and the inflation rate current is from last March, it is 4.7. NBAA, that is the National Board of Accountancy Auditors, is a PAO called PAO, was established by the Act of the Parliament in 1972. And we became member of IFAC from 1986. So it is a quasi-regulatory member body. Among the function of the PAO from the establishing laws is to carry out other functions after consultation with the minister responsible for finance, since NBAA is under the Minister of Finance and Planning. Now, when we wanted to, as a PAO, wanted to engage the public sector, we noted that we need to work together with the public sector because most of the members were from private sector, but we need to work together. And at the board level, we established among the committee of the governing board, we call Public Sector Committee, which is currently is advising the government on fiscal matters. Each year, the accountants profession in the country advise the government on professional matter in the budget from 2000, to more than 20 years now, that, okay, certain tax should be deducted, we expand tax rate, we do this and this. When we started in 2000, actually the government was taking our advices 100%. If they are 10, all of them, they are putting in the budget of the country. So that is when we started to work together with the government. And in that committee, the Public Sector Committee, among the members, apart from the NBA governing body members, we've got a representative of the Controller and the Auditor General. We've got a representative of the Accountant General. They're all in the public sector. The idea is to work together with the public. And we knew once we've Controller General, we have Accountant General, then the power in Tanzania can work together with the government easily. And at the moment, even the Accountant General was here. We've got the Controller General, who has not come, and also we've got IAG's internal Auditor General. All of them, they are members of the profession. They are certified public accountants. So that made it easy for us to maneuver, to work together with the private sector as well as the private sector. Now, coming to the international standards, before moving to international accounting and auditing standards, Tanzania used to have its own standards from 1983. We moved to international standards, we migrated to international standards in 2004. But before that, we had 30 Tanzania financial accounting standards, including the one in the extractive industry. And we had 17 auditing standards by April 2002. So we had a base. From there, now we say, let's move to international. Because of the advantages of the international standards, we didn't have much resources, technical issues. Then you say it's better for us to migrate to international standards, though we had our own standards. That was 2004. Now, we moved to international standards for the IFRS and other the private sector. That was 2004. And IFRS IPSAS cash basis was 206. Now, when we were moving to international standards, actually before that, about 2 3 years, we saw a need to review. We are requesting the government to review what we call the Exchequer and Ordinance to become Public Finance Act. That was 2001. In order to have effective control and management of public finances. So when we did that, that assignment actually took about 2 years. There is a provision there which require the President of the United Republic of Tanzania to appoint Accountant General, that is Section 7, Accountant General among senior professional members. You see the way we are putting our things in the law, that it means the President is free to appoint anyone, but must come from the professional members. That is Section 7.2. That's why he's also our member. So also Section 8.2 of the law give Accountant General, among other things, the law to give instruction to accounting officer on proper management of public finances, and to specify for every public sector entity the basis of accounting to be adopted and ensuring proper accounting system is established. That's why we amended the Public Finance Act and PFA's Public Finance Act in 2015 to put IPSAS as the basis of preparing public sector financial statements. So we changed the law through the Accountant General. And in addition to that, we amended the Public Finance Act to include Internal General in 2010, and who is also supposed to be supposed member of the profession. So, and in 2008, the country enacted the Public Audit Act, and Section 2.4 of that act required the President of URT's United Republic of Tanzania to appoint the Controller General with relevant professional qualification and experience. We wanted to say that it must be a member of the profession, but I remember the governor of the bank said, Mr. Maneno, what do you say? You want now even the governor of Bank of Tanzania to be your member? We say, okay, let's put the words relevant professional qualifications. And so we manage, and that's why at the moment the Controller General is also supposed to be appointed by the President of the country, but from among professional members. Now coming to our standards, we have NBA, we call Tanzania Financial Reporting Standard #1, which is reported by those charged with governance. It is almost, that was 2010, but it almost similar to the commentary letter from IPSASB, and similar, it is some issues because it is dealing with the financial reporting, governance matters, the planning, and the others. So it is like, I can say, a mixture. We issued before the integrated financial reporting with other reporting, but it is that kind of, I can say, characteristics. It is that anybody in Tanzania, they must have, if being public sector or private sector, before the financial statement, the others, you must show or give a report by those charged with governance. If ministers, permanent secretaries, or the CEOs, the governing board, it is the upper front. And another thing we've done is to make sure that we control with sustainable environment in our profession. We've made pronouncement which necessitate all accountants including directors of finance, to be registered with the board. If you've got a company, being a private, public, or any corporate body with asset more than, we use Tanzanian shillings, 700 million shillings, about 300,000 US dollar. That is assets, or turnover of 500 million, which is about 200,000 US dollars. You must employ a certified member of the board. So if you don't have, then hire the services from them. But we don't allow you, someone who's supposed to sign, it must be a CPA. So it is like that. So throughout the country, being in private sector or public sector. Also, in compliance with IPSAS 20s, we've developed guidelines for disclosure of related party transactions. Even the minister, they are feeling that first we said, you see, normally the politicians and others, they want the accountants to assist them. Okay, about related party transactions. Please, could you please fill for me? But NBAA, we issued a form, which is supposed to be given to minister, permanent secretary, CEO, whoever is supposed himself to fill that form. And the finance man or the accountant will just pick the forms and just mention in the financial report that this one does not have control, does not have any related party transactions with the board or an entity. So just fill, but every auditor, and we've instructed all auditors, when they're auditing, they must look for the forms. If the governance people or the responsible for governance, they've declared their relationship with an entity. So it is assisted a lot, because at one time, politicians, they ask me, oh, the CEO, what do you say about it? Even me, I say, who are you? I'm a minister. I say, even a minister, because you are controlling. You've got letting party, you're organizing, you're controlling, you've got directing with the entity. So you're supposed to feel it. It is like that. In addition to that, NBAA, actually quarterly, now almost monthly, we've got a seminar on IPSAS related to practical issues. They are telling us the challenges. Even now, there is one seminar which is completing out this week. And in addition, to make sure that we build the capacity and there's continuity, we've introduced IPSAS certificate, including also an IPSAS diploma. Currently, we've got about 45 people who have graduated from IPSAS certificate, and we've got more than 800 certified personnel to date on diploma in IPSAS. So that was, to make sure that whatever we have achieved now, we sustain. Now, coming to implementation of IPSAS in Tanzania, there are entities we've got, according to there. Is it right? No, but it's okay. We've got applicable standards there. We've got public sector as well as private sectors. On your left-hand side, we say budgetary and extra-budgetary entities. This is entities, the government entities. Some of them, they are dealing with the agencies. They are supposed to use IPSAS accrual. The second part is social security funds. This, because of their nature, they're using IFRS. We've got local government authorities, they're applying IPSAS. And we've got public financial corporations, these are using, because they are trading, they're commercial entities, they're using IFRS. We've got public non-financial corporations, these are using IPSAS accrual. And we've got listed companies. Listed companies, they're using IFRS. And we have got SMEs. In Tanzania, apart from the IFRS, we have got IFRS for SMEs. We've got also our own local standard. We call them financial reporting standards for micro entities. So micro entities, they're using their standard. There is another framework. And when you say micro entities is an entity which has got employees not more than 10. It has got the assets, not more than 400,000, which is about, I can say, about $200,000, or turnover of $300. Those we call them micro entities that are supposed to use the standard, the lowest standard we have. And we've got PIs. PIs are supposed to use, it depends. They are supposed to use the IFRS or IPSAS accrual full. When you say PI, our definition is a bit different from the one which is the standards. PI is an entity which have got debt instruments. PI is an entity with fiduciary assets. PI can be commercial entity with more than its capital, more than 800, you say, 800,000, 400,000 US dollars. And also other public sector entities. Those are PIs. So our definition is a bit, scope is a bit larger. And the other one, the middle class, is financial reporting for SMEs. So chairman and members, this is the strategy we use to have good tone at the top so that they see the profession is assisting them and they wanted to work together with the profession. Now, can I invite our Accountant General, CPA Ronald Mkude, to present the implementation part. Thank you.
Thank you, Pius. On the part of implementation and adoption process, on the first case, we established a technical group. We call it a task force, and this aimed at spearheading the whole process of IPSAS implementation, because we have some stages of implementation. So we had a permanent task force from the technical group level. Then we have executive level, and so on and so on, so that we had quality control at every stage of IPSAS implementation. So we prepared a roadmap which are highlighted phases and milestone, and of course we got technical and financial assistance from IMF. This was demanding in terms of financial resources, and our own budget could not suffice. So we get both technical and financial resources from IMF to spearhead the implementation of IPSAS. We devoted in capacity building to the task force on IPSAS, because this was charged on being at the forefront of capacity building to other members, because we have now the central government, we have public entities, we have accountants and executives at the local government level. So this is the task force got capacity building from IMF. Then we had the mechanism of cascading up to the lower levels to ensure that we are all at the top of IPSAS implementation. We secured the political will from the parliament. We made sensitization to the oversight committees. We have two levels, the public accountant and the other one, the parliamentary committee. This is the oversight for the local government. So to get the political will, we had to sensitize this. Fortunately, on our part, on each part of both the local government and the parliamentary accounting committee, we have many certified public accountants. I recall we have more than 8 from the public accountant committee. We also quite a number of levels from the local government. So these acted as our ambassadors to convince their colleague members of parliament to adapt this. The Ministry of Finance, specifically from the Accountant General's Department, we set a support unit to all reporting entities during the phases of implementation. And a sample of my colleagues are with me. We have Kalugendo, we have Azizi, we have Mashauri, and we have Mr. Kinyunyu. This is a part of the technical team, which was technically empowered by IMF, of course, without forgetting the key audit firms, that is PwC, KPMG, Deloitte and Touch, and by the lead of the topmost, Ernst & Young, with the assistant of Madam CPA, Dr. Neema Kure Susa, who is with us in this delegation. So we, as I said before, we had an awareness and the training programs through all key stakeholders. As I said, from the Oversight Parliamentary Committee, we speak the same tone of IPSAS. Accounting officers, though these are not accountants, but we had some sessions for non-accountants executive. We all took them on board. And the good thing, in each of the financial statements, we have the places for accounting officers to endorse, among other things, their responsibility on the accounts they are signing. So we had awareness, a high level for them to get that. That's the general level understanding. We had detailed technical sessions for chief accountants from ministries and government departments, accountants who are responsible for the preparation of financial statements. We had separate programs for auditors, human resources, procurement officers, because they are part and parcel of this, because we have the standards for inventory. And the good part of it, the financial management of the United Republic and Tanzania has been embedded within financial management system. We called it locally MUSE, which is IPSAS compliance. So we have delegated part of our accounting issues to the inventory and procurement officers. They use the system, so we had to take them on board, because the issues of measurement, valuation of inventories. We also have professionals, valuers. When you look at the PPE, in some cases, you have to make evaluations. So we took on board our colleagues from asset management, though they are not our accountants, but they are part and parcel of the process. The cash-based IPSAS accrual we implemented in 2007-08 financial year. That was used as a stepping stone, because we had to have a starting point before going to the accrual. The local government authorities adopted IPSAS accrual in 2008 with a transition period of 5 years as permitted to some standards. Then agreeing the process and roadmap for IPSAS accrual with the controller and the auditor general. This is the key point, because in any standard before you implement, it is subject to validation. And much as this is the auditor is involved on validation, we get some inputs where in some areas should need be, we make some improvements before we adapt. And for the whole government, IPSAS accrual was fully adapted in financial year 2012-2013. And then we had an issue of elimination of intra-government entities due to interdependence of transaction imbalances. And this was commenced in 2014-15 to comprehend consolidation of the national accounts. In Tanzania, we have individual preparation of the financial statements. After the cycle of the audit, that goes by December each year. Then we go to the other phases of the consolidating all the national accounts to get the consolidated financial statements, to get the real picture of the consolidated accounts of the United Republic of Tanzania. And this is subject to audit. That is, we submit the accounts to the Controller General by the end of January. And the cycle for audit goes up to the March. And before the end of March, the Auditor General submits the report to the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and subsequently the same is submitted to the National Assembly for deliberations and other necessary causes of action. Then we set accounting policies to be used by the public sector entities in collaboration with our boards. Then the accounting system that suits the accrual implementation, I said we have the local system, internally developed software. We call it Integrated Financial Management System. We started with the EPICA. This was outsourced from the private vendors, but later on we made our own that internally developed software. We called it in our local language, that is MUSE, but this is nothing else. It's an ERP system which takes care, holistic picture of the financial management. It starts with the procurement, then it has some inventory issues, payables, receivables, reconciliation, cash management, general ledger, financial statements, and it has a special window for the consolidation of all the national accounts. If you are a public corporation A, if you are the ministry X, once you have for your accounts from the system, these are integrated with a special module. We call it CAGs in our local name. That is, it goes to the consolidation module, and that's where we get the national consolidated accounts. We fine tune according to some other specific needs, because you cannot get 100% inputs of the financial statements from the system. When we incorporate that, we continue preparation of the consolidated account, then we submit to the controller and auditor general for the audit process. Then this had we prepared a quick user guide for all accountants within the United Republic of Tanzania. We have the manual, and the other one is the system. Is accessible to all accountants. It guides for every part of each specific standard we issue. So it's made easy for the use of that implementation standards, both manually and within the system. And we have been upgrading our chart of accountants to keep pace with the requirements of IPSASB. We call it GFS code to suit the manual, which was issued by IMF in 2014. This has been embedded in the system throughout the whole cycle.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pius. Thanks, Leonard, for the first part of the presentation. We thought it would be useful to have breaks between or during the presentation in order to allow members to ask questions. I'm sure you have already a lot of questions listening to the rich content of the presentation provided by Pius and Leonard. So this is my wake-up call. Jeanette.
Thank you very much. That is quite interesting, particularly considering the fact that we long started 2009, and as Botswana, we are still struggling. But I have learned a lot from the presentation, the issue of taking it in a structured manner, having the NBAA and then those technical committees permanent. And that says a lot, because in our case, you take officers, tomorrow that's transferred elsewhere, you bring in new officers, and then there is no continuity. And that is probably why we are still struggling. And the capacity building that you were making is just the notes that I am taking. But I am realizing that actually you've been able to succeed in implementing IPSASB to the point of consolidation. And like you were indicating, you have various sectors. Others are using IFRS, others IPSASB. So how did you manage to do the consolidation to the extent of really saying we now have comprehensive consolidated accounts? How easy was it for you to do that, combining the two different IFRS and IPSASB? Thank you.
I would take another question, Sheila, please, and then I give you the opportunity to answer, and before we move on.
Yeah, number one is, did the whole concept and idea of going to the International Public Sector Accounting Standard Board standards come from internal, or was it from an outside entity like IMRF? You mentioned that all accountants and directors of finance must be registered CPAs. Does that apply to the government directors of finance and accountants? And also, does it apply to local governments? And then you mentioned that there is a consolidation of the federal government. Are you consolidating the overall government and the local governments? And are the local governments using the head government, what in the US we call the federal government's software? And the last one I have is the local authorities that have to adapt the standards. Is that all of them, or is there like a size, you know, if it's under a certain size, do they have, what's the limitation there? And thank you for your presentation. It was very useful.
So thanks, Sheila. So that was already a bunch of questions. You better start answering before I go to Fabienne and then Anwar.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair and members. The issue of adoption of IPSAS, it was internally adopted. As I said, in 2004, the country, NBAA and the profession, we decided to use IFRS. That was 2004. So it was like a pressure from inside. Now, why shouldn't the government also move to the international standards? So it was not from internal, and we did it ourselves. The issue of accountants to be with a threshold, it is applied all in the public as well as the private sector. The boss of the public sector accountants is the accountant general. So if it happens in a ministry or local government authority, they do not have the certified public accountants, it means their financial statements are supposed to be signed by their boss. But it has never happened because currently we've got more than almost 3,300 accountants in the public, in the ministries, the professionals in the ministries. So it has never happened, but the concept is if they failed to have an accountant who should sign, then the accountant general who is responsible to appoint accountants in the ministries and other places, he should or she should sign. Now let's go to the consolidation.
Thank you, Pius. Thanks for the compliments, Janet. We really appreciate the issue of consolidation. We have some entities using IFRS and IPSAS. They are all consolidated, and as of to date, we have not encountered any significant issue which could affect the consolidation of financial statements. Because the IFRS and IPSAS are more or less similar. Very, 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 very immaterial differences. You can take a case of the currently IPSAS 41, which we are undertaking. It's actually a really proxy of IFRS 9. When you look at the issue of classification, the business model, the way we derive at the probability of defaults, loss given defaults, disclosure, the models, we don't find any material differences which could materially affect the consolidation process. So we take them on board, all, regardless of local government and the central government. Something we had is the staging differences. We started the central government and then we took on board the local government. So the issue was staging. We started the pilot and then we took them all on board. So when you talk of the issue of consolidation, it's the whole accounts of the United Republic of Tanzania, wholly owned by the government, and where we have significant share of the government, we take them all on board on the consolidation of the financial statements.
Thank you, Pius. Thanks, Leonard. So move on with Fabienne, then Anwar, and then Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. 2 questions. I'm impressed with how you engaged at the political level. I was wondering, with respect to non-accountants executive, what topics were they interested in? And the second question would be, I understand that the the financial statements feed the statistical accounts. So I wanted to understand if it's all of the financial statements going into the statistical accounts, or are there any other parts that don't come from the financial statements? Thank you.
Anwar? Anwar, you're on mute.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the valuable presentation. It's well appreciated. I have a few queries. Number one, you said the Auditor General appointed by the President of the Republic. Does the Auditor General report to the Parliament or to the President himself? What is the tenure of office? My second query is with regard to the NBRS issuing the Tanzania financial reporting standards. Do they relate to the private sector or the public sector, or both? And you have exemplified with TFRS 1 report by those charged with governance. Has that been adopted from with due modification and adaptation from IFRS and IPSASB 1, which is presentation of financial statements, general purpose financial statements, or it's an indigenous standard issued by the NBRS for Tanzania loan application? The other question is, how do you ensure the enforceability of these standards in practice, both in the private sector and in the public sector? What is the enforceability or mechanism to ensure implementation compliance, the regulatory agency charged with the monitoring the implementation process? Thank you.
Thank you, Anwar. So I give you the opportunity to answer before we go to Karen.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe let me start with the last question. Enforceability mechanisms and the monitoring of these standards. The responsibility to monitor the application and complying with the standards rests with the NBAA. As I said, the power has been mandated to regulate, monitor the development of the accountant's profession in the country. So, if it's a public sector, we normally, NBAA visits the entities, the employers, randomly visit employers to make sure that they've complied. Some of them, they put their financial statement on the website, so it's easy, but we use that. If there is a problem, especially in the public sector, there are entities, ministries, or local government councils which are directly under the Accountant General. So we shall report the issues to the Accountant General. If it's the parastatal means cooperation, the public cooperation, we are reporting the board of directors of that entities. When we inspect, we are doing inspecting, and we want to make sure they comply. We do that, but also voluntarily. We've got what to call Best Presented Financial Statements Awards, which is award we give by the power to any entity, being in the public or private. We normally in December each year, we've got a competition. Entities are submitting their accounts to the NBAA to be evaluated and assessed. And we award the best ministry, the best voting in the ministry, or the best entity. That is a voluntary compliance. And we give them feedback because, for example, last year, we had a checklist which have got 1,300 points. So find someone, we've got 75 or more, it can be awarded. But even if you are the winner, none have got 100% from when we started. It is 96, 70. Then you are going to give feedback freely for feedback to the entities together with their auditors that you didn't score 100% because of 1, 2, 3, 4. So that next time they learn, and it's not punishable. It's not punishable because we want them voluntarily. And we've been increasing the entities. We started with 50 last year with more than 90 entities, which they volunteered to submit their accounts, audited accounts. So we did it. We can visit, that is mandatory. We punish you. We give, or it is like that, voluntarily. About the CAG reports to the Parliament. Is the Controller General reports to the Parliament. Actually, it's a committee of the Parliament. That's where his reporting is answerable. And even the audit committee of the CAG is made with private people, but they're supposed to report to the parliamentary committee. Okay, thank you.
We had an issue to do with awareness and the training to the executive, non-executive, which are not accountants. These are made in groups, because at times you have special one for those non-executives dealing with inventory, because it's a significant part of the financial statement. So we take them with this, we call it special needs groups. For example, we had some issues with all dealing with procurement, and the procurement looking at the public sector in Tanzania, over 80% of the budget goes through procurement. That is the significant part of the expenditure of the national. So we take care of those within the cycle procurement and inventory management. We take as a separate of the group of special needs. That's a tailor-made. It's an overall and how this one has been configured in the systems, how to apply the procurement from the purchase orders, how to receive the goods, to records in the system, valuation, etc., because we get these inputs from the inventory guys on preparation of the financial statements. We have some other special groups dealing with assets management. These are tailor-made to that specific group. And within Tanzania, we had a division within the Ministry of Finance and Planning called Asset Management. This is our partner in business, because when you look at the PPE, it's also a significant part of the financial team. That's the special group. We also have some other groups like employee benefits. This is the pension sector. When you go to the IPSASB, you make a tailor-made specific to this special need of dealing with employee benefits. Those with the pension funds, but we also have internally management pension funds within the government. So this is the tailor-made for the special groups, for the PPE, inventory, etc., depending on the forthcoming requirements of the IPSASB. So you cannot take these special groups, for example, you take them on board with the financial instrument. This could be more complicated. So we just give you a part depending on the specific need of your input to the financial statements. We had some issues of statistics within the accounts, if I got it right, but it's taken care by this software within our package. But apart from that, we have advanced. Have prepared the data warehouse. We have the repository of all transactions within the government, and currently we are undertaking capacity building to the users. In case the outreach is going to be significant, these are going to be empowered to develop the special needs of their reporting, because the reports are complex depending on the needs. So this one will be given the access for each group to prepare their own specific needs of the reports, tailor-made depending on the needs of that special group. This one is work in progress. Probably within a year or so, we are going to have the detailed analytical. Currently, you can make an analysis through the input from the system, but we are going to have a standalone package of a repository of data warehouse integrated with all the transactions within the government and our key stakeholders. So everyone could make his own analytics depending on the needs. Thank you.
Maybe Chair, I did answer one question about the TFRS number 1. Was it, we made it from somewhere, or it's original? It's our, actually, it used to be called Director's Report in the past from 2010, before even the other reports came. And this one, currently, what you are thinking, the Chair and members, we've got sustainability reports, which are coming, the ISB. We've got also integrated reporting. We think most of them, they are already there. So we are going to discuss as a country and see, should we incorporate them in the Tanzania financial reporting standards? or should we issue separate reports? Because we are afraid of giving the public so many reports. For example, sustainability standards, it involves accountants, bankers, other regulators. So should we, maybe you should be the driver, should be in the driver, but otherwise every regulator will say, I want this report, I want this report. So that is the thinking behind that. Maybe we're going to improve the TFRS number 1, but that was our original vision. Thank you.
Thanks, Pius. Thanks, Leonard. I suggest that we take the last 3 questions before we move on with the details on the implementation process. So Karen, Franz, and then Timothy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I'm hopefully not moving ahead of your presentation, but I had 2 main questions. One was around whether you have adopted all of the IPSAS standards, or whether there are any that you haven't adopted, or whether you have an adoption process in terms of how you use them. So that's my first question. And the second question is around whether you are also using accrual-based budgeting information as well as financial reporting information. So those are my 2 main questions. Thank you.
Franz.
It's actually a follow-up question on Karen's question, because the government of Tanzania applies IPSAS out of the box, right? So you take the standards and ultimately you can say these financial statements comply with IPSAS, which of course is excellent. But what is then exactly the added value of the NBAA? Do you amend effective dates maybe? Or do you choose from the options that are available within IPSAS? Because if you take them as they come, then the role of the NBA would be limited.
Thank you, Franz. Timo, last question, and then we move on.
So, I mean, I think Tanzania has valued the accounting function for a long time. I remember visiting one of your predecessors, I think Mama Nyoni, 20 years ago, and being impressed by the work done by the Accountant General's office. And I think one of my questions is, and maybe it's jumping the gun a bit, is and Tanzania was early in successfully implementing an IFNIS, and how do you think that has actually facilitated the move to accrual? And then one of the things you have successfully done, which is often a challenge, is around inventory and especially asset management. And one of the things that I've often observed is that countries like Tanzania, it's not really in the incentives to actually get entities to count their assets. And so how did you not just actually get that to happen? But finally, my final question, and maybe it should have waited to the end, is having gone on this journey, what do you feel the value, and what do you see the value of the shift to accrual has been, in terms of what has it enabled you to achieve that otherwise staying with cash accounting might have, what has been the value added?
Thank you for the questions. If I can ask you to answer the questions, to keep the value question until tomorrow, because our proposal is that we have time enough to appreciate the rich content you have. We concentrate now on the next 5 slides and do the achievements and benefits tomorrow when you present to the board. And then we will talk about the value. I think that is at the end of the whole presentation and probably the best point in time to answer that. If that's fine for you?
Yes, it's fine.
Yes, thanks, Chair and members. Tanzania, we adopted IPSAS wholesale. That means when they came, we adopted them. We are very keen to give our input in the exposure drafts. Actually, we are giving those inputs together with other people, so that we make sure that we influence whatever is there. So that's why when they come, we issue them, we update them wholesale. If there's any problem on interpretation, That's when the board interferes in on interpretation. Because you can, for example, as you said, even the PIEs, definition of PIE is different. We are using different definition because say, no, in our country that say listed companies only, or these standards should be applied to listed companies. No, say that's too high. We want to go down. So that's the way we are using, and that's all IPSAS and they accrue. If there's any issue we want to depart, we have never do that, but we have to say we must actually communicate with the responsible, with the IPSAB to say that we are going to change this, or what do you say? Also, otherwise we should influence. Thank you. Continue.
I think my colleague has taken some. I will do with probably the one to do with the system, how it helps. Our internally managed software is the proxy to all other ERPs globally, integrated financial management system. So even what the requirements of the standards, accrual, whatever, have been embedded within the system. And this is part and parcel of the system requirement specifications, which was availed to system developers. So it's there within. And I was following up with Oracle from US. Actually, they have developed a model to do with impairment model, ISL. All the variables requirement to build a model are already now within the system. And some of the companies in Tanzania have already taken the accountants and the other stakeholders to understand that model they are going to acquire. And though we are going to have this model by July, actually we will start to operate within the Excel model, but in 1 year time, we need to keep pace with the market requirements. We are going to have that model to do with the impairment model, so that everything we need in terms of IPSAS requirements, real time available. And this is to confirm that each part of the requirements of the standard is within the system. In case we have the other new requirements, we prepare the requirement specifications. They go to the validation process. It goes to the system developers. Once they have developed, we make the thorough test within the test environment. And that is not enough. We have an agency in Tanzania, which is the oversight for the doing with the issues to do with ICT. It's called IGA. It goes to the third party for the validation process. So we have internally validation process within the country. It validates the system, that is, this has been, all issues have been well attended and it's ready for use. Once we get that certificate from the independent agents, we incorporate those requirements within our system. This is our approach as far as the United Republic of Tanzania is concerned. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Even the issue of reconciliation, because the budget is a cash, but the real implementation, execution of the financial management of actual is accrual. So between now and then, in order to facilitate implementation of accrual within our financial management system, you have the cash budget. We have the provision within the central bank that is to temporarily accommodate the government expenditure, temporary accommodation, because the government has to move. You might need significant financial resources at the start of the month, but looking at the pattern of revenue collection, most of the revenue streams comes at the end of the financial year. So we have a special provisions, accommodation from the central bank to accommodate accrual, because there is a mismatch between cash collection and actual execution. So we get temporary accommodation, a very short term. At the start of the month, as the revenue streams grows at the end of the financial year, it reverses that situation, because the government budget execution start with the commitment that whenever you have a contract, you need to have a commitment with the suppliers. And this one has to be supported with the financial resources. If you don't have cash, you get temporary accommodation, you accommodate accrual. At the end of the month, you reverse the cash streams to the central bank. Thank you.
Thanks, Leonard. And I see that we learn a little bit more in your slides on the detailed observations regarding the implementation process. If you can focus on that in the next 10 minutes so that we allow for some final questions before the coffee break.
In terms of accounting policies, we had a burning issue on tax issues, and Tanzania is not exception. So on our part, taxes are recognized when the event occurs, and the asset recognition criteria are met in requirement of the IPSAS. Other non-exchange revenue are recognized when it is probable that the future economic benefits or services potential associated with the assets will flow to the entity, and the fair value of the asset can be measured reliably. That is as far as the issue of tax revenue is concerned. In terms of recognition, these we recognize tax revenue on accrual basis, and the disclosure requirements for the tax revenue is disclosure regarding to tax commitments. Tax as a contingent asset includes the following: goods in custom warehouses, goods awaiting clearance procedures, because we have a number of procedures to clear, goods subject to suspense procedures. Then we have contingent liabilities, that is a subject matter of disclosure within the financial statements. Then we have exemptions and relief as the incentives, waiver and or benefits granted to the taxpayers. These are mandatory disclosure within the financial statements. Regarding the PPE, on the central government, we use cost model, that the requirements of the standard. Then assets are annually depreciated using the straight-lined method. And the deemed costs were based to establish the value of the assets acquired through non-exchange transactions, or those acquired with the marginal value. That is the high level as far as accounting policy is concerned. In terms of recognition, we have for the asset register for each vote and the consolidated at the national level. Categories of assets were identified based on their nature and the characteristics, and managed to recognize most PPE, including roads, networks, roads, and public buildings, all available within the country's fixed asset register, which have subparts for each entity to record. In terms of disclosure, assets with zero value but still in use are disclosed. And again, assets were analyzed through PPE movement schedule, including depreciation and impairment. Because when you go to the note of PPE, you have the opening balance, addition, disposal. If you had impairment, accumulated depreciation or whatever, these are there, and it's part of the disclosure. On the part of biological assets, this on initial recognition are measured, and at each reporting date, it's a fair value less cost to sell. Assets are valued at their net market value as at the reporting date. Again, no loss arising on initial recognition of biological assets or agricultural produce is at fair value less cost to sell, included in the statement of financial performance. The volatilities, subsequent volatilities, are charged to the income statement. In terms of recognition, these are made to recognize the biological assets in the financial position, including forests and plantation, and which are controlled by the government. In 2021, the fair value of the same category had 1.3 billion. This is more or less equivalent to 650 million USD if you make a translation roughly. In terms of the disclosure, the bearer plants are removed from biological movement schedule and included in PPE movement. Biological assets were earned through movement of schedule, including the mature, immature, consumable, bearer, and held for distribution or held for sale. IPSAS implementation in Tanzania, factors for the success. As I said before, we had the government commitment and the political support, because we took this as a project with all best practice project management model. The first thing that you get the ownership of the sponsor. That is, we got the government commitment from the parliament, and I said we got the political support from the all oversight bodies. Then you have legal regime review, as it was said by the head of executive director of NBAA. This was incorporated in our public financial management through our Public Finance Management Act amendment, as it was said before. Then the other factor for the success is competent human resource. This can be witnessed by a sample personnel, which have accompanied me. Is available to answer any question at any point in time. I believe these are very conversant on IPSAS matters. Then we had the issue of communication. We have the continuous review of roadmap, because we had the roadmap, but this is not static. We update it much as new standards come in and some changes come in within the IPSAS. And then we have training. This is the key. On each financial year, we understand that the financial requirements, financial resources required for the training is far beyond our budget, but we always keep in touch with our stakeholders. IMF, at times we engage the World Bank to support on the part of the items. But again, on our part, on each financial year, we make allocation on our budget. The capacity building component is specifically relating to IPSAS. But
it's already too far.
Okay.
This one is missing. This slide is missing.
Okay. As I said before, on part of our roadmap, initially we had training to stakeholders, and this is a continual process. Training goes on as new standards come in. We have the government support to IPSAS implementation. That's the full support. And the level of political commitment to adoption and accrual basis is very high. Then, as we said in our earlier submission, we involve the controller and the auditor general at each stage of standard implementation. Like now, we are preparing a model of expected credit loss. It's a bit complex. So in 1 week time, the model will be ready. This will be subject to controller and auditor general for validation. In case we have some significant comments, we take on board on our model before we implement coming 1st July next financial year. We have a clear roadmap to support the migration process, and we continue reviewing it. We empower accountants to do it themselves, because unlike the previous local standards which we used to have, the standard used to be almost 100% used to be done by the accountants. But you look now, we have the standard to the employee benefits. You need to have the issues to do with your accrual. You are not going to be a master, but at least that the general issues to do with the accrual, the accountants need to understand. When we say defined benefit obligation, fair value of the assets, how the accrual is made, but at least the high level issues need to be known by the accountants. When you come to the issues of valuation of forest agricultural produce, you see this is purely the other profession, but on the part of the accountants, we need to train you so that at least the high level knowledge on those various aspects not related to accountants, you need to know them in order to have the full ownership of the financial statements, because on each set of the financial statement, the head of finance need to sign on the validity and the credibility of the financial statements. And we have some legal issues. Probably the executive director NBA could take us in case something goes wrong when you have made assurance on the going concern of your public entity. This is the end of that part one, unless we can take some few questions before we proceed.
Yeah, as suggested, we take questions regarding this second part, and we will proceed tomorrow then with the achievements and benefits during the presentation to the board, where the CAG members also will attend. So questions, colleagues, regarding the last slides we heard, which are already bridging over to tomorrow's discussion, I think, to some extent. Sheila.
Yeah, in the US, the government officials claim that they're a sovereign entity and the central government, including the elected officials, have the ultimate authority to decide matters. So IPSASB, the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Board, would be an outside entity deciding the accounting standards for them. And they're like, well, we can't have an outside entity deciding accounting standards for a sovereign entity. Do you run into that issue where your elected officials or government officials are claiming this?
Thanks, Ian. And then answer the questions.
So I just wanted to say thank you very much for the presentation to date, and I think the board will look forward to hearing the remainder of the presentation tomorrow. I think it's very interesting, though. I think, you know, one of the central aspects of it for me listening to it was that whole business about political approval and the legal framework that you have, which gives a very strong framework for professionalization, and that requirement that you were talking about in terms of the requirement to have professionally qualified accountants, and that gives a very strong framework for then actually the implementation. And I think you've showed how that chain has to work in terms of the central decisions, but then the implementation. And I think it's a tremendously powerful story. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for sharing that. There's lots of questions I would love to ask you, and I hope I'll be able to do that offline. But thank you very much for sharing that story with us. I think, you know, particularly given the direct, and back to Sheila's point, the direct usage of the standards, I think it's a really useful case study for the board to listen to.
So as that was not a question, I will take Franziska, ask her question and then answer, please.
Thank you so much, Thomas, and warm greetings from Germany to all of you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I have the question, beside the support of the government, what discussions did you have with your parliamentarians? Just asking as a parliamentarian.
Right. So we have the two questions from Sheila and the question from Franziska before we come to Paul.
Thank you very much. As she said, in Tanzania, the system is when about the determination of accounting standards, it rests with in the public sector, it rests with accountant general. And the other sectors is board, NBAA. So what we do normally, that's why maybe we're going very fast sometimes. If it's the issue of public sector, it's going to be discussed by NBAA. And then the PAO, we discuss it. And then we send it to we discuss with the CAG and the Auditor General. So when we agree, we'll send a proposal. NBA will send a proposal to the Minister of Finance, where the minister and the other people, they'll send it to to be validated by the Accountant General, who would be in the picture, already in the picture. So obviously the answer from Accountant General will be yes. They are going to check with the CAG. CAG was also in the picture. So they'll say yes. So normally when the issues pass through NBAA, it goes to government, it means it is automatically going to be accepted. Because we have already, it's like a kitchen cabinet in the management. We have already talked in the kitchen, so we are just bringing the food for you to eat. And about the support from the parliament, actually, it is both ways. The parliamentarians, sometimes when they want to ask our government, they'll call NBA. Could NBA, do you have any comment on this? So we are going to give comments. We copy the ministry. That's our comment. And we have never, I can say we are lucky maybe, but we have never had quarrels. Once we said, this is our comment, and then the government will change. This is from the profession, they will change. So we are happy with that system. Until now, we have not faced a lot of challenges. We just negotiate, talk, or let's do this, and then we pass it. Continue. Other comments? We thank you very much for your appreciation.
Just one more. Traditionally, Tanzania has been unique in some cases, specifically on the issue of to do with our parliament. We have very important parliamentary committees. Have the budget committee, have the other government committee of the parliament through the local governments. Then we have the public accounts committee. Everything goes to the parliament. It has to be channeled through these committees. And the committees are responsible to present all the issues before the main assembly. I've said the unique part of Tanzania. Because a significant part of the government budget goes through procurement. Financial management is key. So most of the members look at the budget committee, local government, parliamentary accounting committees. The beauty of it, most of these members are members of the profession. Chairman of the budget committee, other members, you go to the local government, you go to the parliamentary accounting committee. Most of the members are members of the profession. So the issues of taking our cases to the parliament have never been a problem. That is the unique case of Tanzania. We have the full support of the parliament.
Fantastic. I suggest to take a last question, which is Paul's question, before we break for coffee.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. Slightly cheeky question, or two slightly cheeky questions. I notice a main issue for you was biological assets, and that you respond to IPSASB consultations. We will be discussing natural resources later on today. I just wonder if you had any views about the consultation paper and the project. And secondly, you also mentioned sustainability reporting. And again, this is something else that we will be discussing later on today. And I just wonder if Tanzania had made any steps towards sustainability reporting in the public sector. Thank you.
These are cheeky questions indeed, so good luck with that.
Thank you, Chair and members. Actually, I can say we're in the process. It's about discussion papers. We shall bring them. And then the sustainability report, we are dealing with them. We are still within our internal structures, but we hope we are going to give our comments accordingly. And actually, at the NBA, we've got a team, which is not only NBA staff, but also members of profession from other places. We are dealing with this. Any comment, any discussion paper, exposure draft, when it comes to the board, we give them, give us a comment, because they are different experts. So we give them so that they give us their comment, or sometimes you tell them to reply accordingly. And also sometimes we reply through the Pan-African Federation of Accountants, PAFA, because of also technical team. They are looking at it. Because most of the time you can see a comment from NBAA Tanzania is similar to a comment from Botswana. So we say it's better for us to build a case together rather than individual person to do that. Thank you, Chair. Any members?
Any comments regarding sustainability reporting? What are you already doing in that regard? I think you alluded to that.
Yes, for the SM1 and 2, what we are doing now, we've got a team. And as I put it, we noticed that the accountant's profession needs to be a driver, but it involves a lot of stakeholders. And if we're not careful, other people, they're going to react. Who are you? Because everything you're taking up from us. We've got a regulator for the banks. We've got a regulator for the stock exchange. We've got a regulator we call for environment in Tanzania. It's called OSHA and other NEMKI and the others, National Environment Corporation. So we want to do it together so that we are not going to mix, I can say, up our stakeholders. As they put it, for example, the Bank of Tanzania will come with regulatory notice or policy that you are supposed to disclose this and this and this from the stability reporting. The commission, the stock exchange will come with its own reporting style, and NBA will come with its own reporting style. So people will be like, what's wrong? These people that are going in for a lot of things, they're giving a lot of things we don't know what to do. So we find it's better for us to do it together. But we as a body should take a driving seat. That's a procedure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very insightful. So thanks for your presentation and thanks for your patience in answering all these questions. I hope you recover until tomorrow because I'm sure there will be many more questions. So thanks for today. I would suggest that we break for coffee now, and I would ask you to be back at 11 sharp, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you all for coming back. So as outlined in the agenda, we will now jump into the technical part of today's agenda. And as usual, that starts with the Program and Technical Director's report. As you have seen in the agenda papers, Ross has shared with us his report, and happy to lead over to Ross.
Thank you very much, Thomas. And I'm quite happy to speak to the CAG today and on our update, because it's been a really productive 6 months since we last met. And most CAG members who follow along probably aware of many of the publications, but I did want to run through the key changes to our work program. And again, as you can see in this slide, I won't read them all, but there were a number of approvals between the December meeting following the CAG meeting and the March meeting. And, you know, from my perspective, that creates a really interesting time for both the staff, the board, but in particular the CAG, because with all of these major projects coming to completion and us progressing other projects closer to the end of the life cycle, that opens up the big question on what next, what projects should we be bringing on, where we're going to go with our strategy going forward. And, you know, we're already furiously working forward on some of these projects that I'll talk about in a bit. But the last few years, we've really been finalizing these projects. So a lot of the CAG interaction has been on projects that are well down the line. We've heard from constituents, and we're kind of, you know, finalizing the guidance and making tweaks. But now we're starting a new phase where we're, you know, closer to the beginning, and, you know, a lot of options are on the table, a lot of ideas on where we could go. And that creates a really interesting time for the CAG, because with the broad group of stakeholders around the board, you know, we can make sure we're taking in those views at the front of a project and, you know, setting off in the right direction on the project overall. That leads me to some of the topics we'll start to talk about today, and the CAG has been talking about going back to December, sustainability reporting, differential reporting, and presentation of financial statements. So again, with the new space in our work program, we are starting to take forward the two projects, the major projects the board decided to add as part of the mid-period work program consultation in 2022, as well as sustainability reporting, which we've been consulting with the CAG all along. The main point I wanted to make on these is the CAG is already shaping all of these new projects, because we've been starting our discussions on how we might take these forward with the CAG. We've already been getting advice on all of these projects, taking it into account as we start to develop the project plans for all of these projects. And it has been quite helpful in moving us forward on some of those tougher strategic issues. And you'll see that later today when we talk about both presentation of financial statements and sustainability reporting. Other projects that we're working on just coming out of consultations, the retirement benefit plans project. We're working on the feedback we received to ED82 at the moment. There were no significant issues with the ED82 proposals. So at this time, we're not planning to have a dedicated session with the CAG on that, but just wanted to keep you aware that we are working on a few tweaks and finalizations on that project, and the board will be looking to approve that new standard on retirement benefit plans at the September 2023 meeting. Natural resources, this was a major project. We had a number of discussions with the CAG over the past few years, great input received. Now we're starting to work through at the board level the responses and the many issues that we need to think about as we take that forward to develop exposure drafts. The board started to make some decisions. We've got a really important discussion this week upcoming, and, you know, you're going to hear about it later today. And Edwin's going to run us through a session on natural resources. So again, we'll be looking for more feedback and input from the CAG. And the other update to provide is on the measurement project. So we've completed the core measurement guidance. We've issued that, but the board agreed to continue working through the measurement application phase of this project, where it looks through the whole suite of literature, looking for where COV may also be applicable and should be used other than IPSAS 45, which is the main standard, the property, plant, and equipment standard COV was developed in line with. Again, the CAG has been inputting on the measurement project throughout, and this whole applicability outside of property, plant, and equipment is an issue that the CAG had flagged previously. At the moment, the timeline on that is we're looking to wrap up and have an exposure draft with those consequential changes available for the board to approve in December 2023. So just kind of keeping you aware of the progress on that project in case that's of interest. And then, you know, a major development that we've already started talking to the CAG about is our next strategy and work program for the 2024 to 2028 period. As we kind of complete a number of projects that actually go back to 2014 when we started them, it really is a kind of changing landscape for the development of the IPSAS standards and their application, which has caused us to look at the tweaks needed to the strategic approach the board puts forward. And now that we have a fairly full suite of guidance, to think about issues about how we're going to maintain that guidance going forward and different institutional arrangements we need to think about around interpretations, post-implementation reviews, how we might do those. The board will be discussing that this week in detail. And again, I just wanted to acknowledge the great input we've had from the CAG so far, and to note that we do plan to have a call with the CAG when we have a draft over the summer of this strategy and work program to allow another input from CAG members on that document before it goes out. And the other point I wanted to note is we're planning a number of regional roundtables supporting the strategy consultation. We're targeting areas where there's significant momentum in IPSAS adoption. And we're planning those in Q4 2023 and into Q1 2024. Whenever we do these types of events, we always work with regional partners who provide the logistical support. So the room, the AV. These are meant to be in-person events, but we might choose to supplement them with a hybrid event as well for those who can't make any of the events who want to input to that. And at the moment, we're planning events in Asia, Latin America, the Middle East, and Africa. But again, we're still working to bed down dates and arrangements with our hosts. But we did this in the last strategy and work program. It was very, very helpful to get engaged at the front end of the process on what constituents needed on the ground, and make sure we were taking that into account. And it actually really helped to engage and raise the level of feedback we received as we got more formal comment letters to that last strategy document than we've ever received outside of the revenue project last year or 2 years ago. So with that, that's my main update on the key moving parts of the work program and the strategy, and happy to take any questions or comments from CAG members.
Thank you, Ross. Very insightful as always. And thanks especially for outlining the procedures regarding the strategy and work program. I think it was very proving to be very helpful to allow the CAG providing input to the draft consultation already in the last process, 2019 to 2023. So I think it's very helpful and certainly appreciated by CAG members if that could be repeated this time as well. So questions, Karen.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Ross. This might not be a question quite for this section, but I'm going to squeeze it in any case. Just thinking ahead in terms of how the CAG can be most useful, because as you say, there's a number of projects that are coming to an end. Obviously, there's some big projects still to go forward. And I wondered whether you had any thoughts about where you think the CAG might be able to add most value. And as I was thinking about that, I was reflecting back to kind of the very beginning of the CAG, where we had some people coming along doing presentations, and I think we might have had the IMF, I don't know, I can't remember, World Bank, about people who use the financial statements. And with time having passed, I wondered whether that was something that might again be useful as we're kind of going into sort of the next phase of the work program to help the CAG. And also in terms of the implementation type presentations, whether it is useful, and I know we've heard from before, but more about people who aren't adopting full IPSAS for various reasons and why that might be the case. So there might be an opportunity, I don't know, to kind of do some information sharing as we kind of move to the next stage of the agenda, but that might be a bit presumptuous on my part, but I just wondered whether you'd thought about those things. Thank you.
Ross, please.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. And it's a great question. And maybe I'll start by saying I think the CAG is already providing significant value in all of our projects. And just remind everybody about the stock take presentation we had in December, where we kind of take a look back on what we've been doing, whether it's working well, and the feedback we'd received on various projects, and kind of did a detailed run through that. And what that told us is the current process is providing a lot of value on a project level and strategic level. And that, I'd say nothing broken there. But now we're restarting the implementation discussions that had been dormant during the pandemic. I think those were the slots we were using for those types of discussions in the past. We do intend to refresh those and start to look for different areas the board and the CAG can hear from outside parties, and we'll be using them for that going forward. So countries like we're hearing with Tanzania today, but also different perspectives on relevant and evolving issues of importance in the public sector. So we will continue to have those slots going forward, and we'll continue to use them as needed to supplement both input to the board and the CAG itself. But again, just in terms of going back to what we talked in December when we did the stock take and the value the CAG provides, there is significant value to the diverse perspectives we get throughout the projects. And as I said, as we start the new projects, I think the significant value in the next 18 months is making sure we're taking a broad enough lens when we scope our projects that we don't miss the trick, if you know what I mean, and get past the consultation paper phase and then find out we should have thought about something that we didn't. So that's where the CAG, in my view, can really help us at the start of a project, that we've got the right lens. We're thinking about the pragmatic issues, not going too technical and ignoring those. And that's where we've seen the value over the first 7.5 years of the CAG's existence.
Thanks, Ross. I think it's a great idea to invite countries which are not choosing to implement IPSAS, and looking in the direction of France. I would already have an idea about some countries which would be suitable. France, huh? Any further questions? Sheila, Timothy?
So, I mean, excuse me, following on from Karen, and in terms of the big picture question, and it's part of, at the World Bank, we've been doing a little bit of thinking. So, the IPSASB has been around for now a couple of decades, and the CAG 7 years, and there have also been other elements of public financial management where a sort of normative framework has been established. So I can talk about the PIFA framework and other areas of public financial management, and in many ways there's a lot of progress that has been made, but in some ways it's about the PFM system and almost a closed system and sets of professionals that are working to a set of important standards. But what we're thinking about, and we're about to sort of launch a process of which we're terming reimagining public finance, but actually thinking about what is the role of public finance writ large, but also the different disciplines within it in terms of advancing in our space, the development agenda and development outcomes, but more broadly public sector outcomes, and actually thinking through. Now these frameworks have been established, but how can we make them effectively work for public policy, achieving policy goals, and in our space development outcomes, which includes the topic of sustainability. So I think we're going to be discussing that. So I think. So that's in terms of a process that we're about to launch. But and so, one thing is we would love to IPSASB and the CAG to be part of that journey. But also, I think, is this a point that you're pointing to? the board and the CAG thinks about this bigger picture in the work agenda going forward in terms of how do we, and I'm guilty. You saw me ask our friends from Tanzania about the question about what is the value added, is to be clear about what is the intervention logic and what is the value added of what we're doing in terms of effectively the better use of public resources towards public policy goals.
Thanks, Timothy. Sheila?
Yeah, and I'd just piggyback on that of just that we're spending a lot of time setting the standards. People who are implementing them are spending a lot of time and resources implementing them, but then are they really, what can we or should we provide a way to get them so they're more used, especially during budget processes?
Rosa?
Yes, thank you. I would like to support what Timothy and Sheila said, that it will be important to know, to discuss more about the bigger picture and the real added value and the challenges that we have when we present all these financial statements to the political world. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosa, and thanks, Sheila, for those comments. Any further comments, questions to Ross? Okay, if that's not the case, then thank you, Ross. Leading us over to the next agenda topic, which is sustainability reporting. And I think that is Dave joining me here at the front table. I think if we could kind of just try to finish at 12:10 in order to show our picture faces.
I've worked with Thomas a long time. I know how important it is to stick to schedule. So, so I will be talking about, I'll be talking about sustainability reporting. And just as I get into the presentation, it's been interesting. The IPSASB's hit a number of critical junctures as it relates to sustainability reporting, and luckily they've all lined up lately with CAG meetings. And again, this is no change this period. What we're looking to do in a couple of days is the IPSASB is looking to look at a project brief on climate reporting or climate disclosure reporting and approve that and begin project work there. And even though the CAG has had many opportunities to input into the project brief and has largely had a big impact on the project brief and shaped the project brief, given its condition and the state that it's in, we thought it was a good idea to bring the project brief to the CAG and ask for a final look from the CAG. And if you see any critical flaws that should be brought to the IPSASB attention in advance of Wednesday when they discuss. Before I jump into the presentation, I just wanted to apologize. You're stuck with me today for the presentation. Our lead on sustainability and sustainability expert at the IPSASB, Celine Chan, and she also did all the work this quarter and for the past 9 months on this, is in an outreach event talking about the IPSASB and the good work they're doing on sustainability, but she's prepped me well, and I'll do my best and make sure that I represent her work well. The way we've set up this presentation today is in 2 parts. We'll start with the project brief, and then we'll move into the sustainability survey that was issued a few weeks ago, and I'll go through some of the results there. Starting with the project brief, again, I touched on at the very beginning that the CAG has had a number of opportunities to input into the project brief, and maybe not specifically on the project brief, but every iteration of input that you provided has really shaped this project brief as to where it stands today. And going back to the first discussion that the CAG had on sustainability was, I think it was March 2022, and this was an in-period CAG meeting where we called members together virtually to get your input on the consultation paper that was being developed. And I remember going to this call that we had a draft of the document and we discussed whether we should distribute the document or just give you the headers. And what we ended up doing was just giving you the titles of each of the sections. And after that meeting, I remember having a call with Thomas, and at least from my perspective, it was one of the most productive CAG meetings that I'd been a part of. And you'd really helped reshape the document and make it more communicative for the IPSASB to issue to its stakeholders. So that was your first input into this process. Again, the IPSASB reached out to you in December of 2022 once the responses to the consultation paper were back, and that's where you first got to see what constituents said. And you would have seen that constituents strongly supported that the public sector needed sustainability reporting. The IPSASB should lead on it. And then our stakeholders also indicated that they thought the projects put forward in the project or in the consultation paper were the right projects to start on. Again, strong CAG advice there. Really at that point, what the IPSASB was worried about and what the CAG indicated as well is be careful not to bite off more than you can chew and really scope the projects appropriately and think about where you're going. And then this third point here, we'll talk to you about the project brief and really looking for critical flaws from you. But the point I really want to emphasize is at each step in the way, you've really provided advice and helped the IPSASB, and you'll see on the next slide that I'll put up how you've shaped things and how it's really led into the project brief as to where it stands today. So what this slide illustrates is a discussion the IPSASB had in March of this year. And coming out of the December meeting where the IPSASB decided to scope and research what sustainability reporting looked like in the public sector, the IPSASB sent the March meeting deciding what that looked like and what that meant for them. And again, going through Q1 from my perspective and hearing all the different ways the IPSASB could go, everything sounded like a good idea, everything sounded like a bad idea. There was a lot to take in. And what I think the IPSASB did a really good job of in March was taking all that information and setting up a process so that they can tackle setting guidance on a go-forward basis. And that's what this wheel is really showing here. It seems, at least to me, very obvious now on how the IPSASB will set a guidance. But again, going into March, this hadn't been developed yet and it hadn't been approved by the IPSASB, so it wasn't as clear. Starting on the top left, where the IPSASB will start in setting guidance, is really going back to the feedback it received from the consultation paper. And as I just mentioned, the consultation paper highlighted that stakeholders really believed that the public sector needed sustainability reporting, the IPSASB should lead, and that the IPSASB should start with climate reporting as one of the projects the IPSASB put forward. The other input that really stuck out from the responses is that in the public sector, it's different than the private sector. There's a multi-stakeholder approach that needs to be considered, and as a result, the reporting needs to be broader. So that's really the top orange bucket where the IPSASB will begin its standard setting work. Moving to the top right, after that the IPSASB looked at its consultation paper, it'll then look to its conceptual framework. And this is important because, and this was highlighted in the consultation paper, so stakeholders had the ability to respond and support this. But the IPSASB's conceptual framework right now is broader than just financial statements. It's financial reports, and already has significant guidance identifying what public sector issues are and ways that the IPSASB can look at those and consider those in the public sector context. So again, this is an area where the IPSASB will be able to lean on its existing framework in setting sustainability disclosure requirements going forward. After that, when we move to the bottom right, that's the IPSASB bucket, the International Sustainability Standards Board, and they're developing private sector sustainability reporting guidance. And what the IPSASB decided to do was, at a very high level, the decision was if guidance is relevant for the private sector, it's also relevant for the public sector. Now, it doesn't mean there's not the multi-stakeholder approach that we heard back in the consultation paper, but at a minimum, or the baseline, that's where the IPSASB will start. And then it will look, as we move to the green section of this diagram, to other standards that are specifically GRI, and look at how we can consider the multi-stakeholder approach and ensure that that guidance is available for reporting as it relates to sustainability. So that diagram really illustrates how the IPSASB plans to move forward with sustainability reporting. I won't talk too much on this slide. I just wanted to highlight, and I think the paper did a really good job of this. On the left-hand side of this slide, there's 6 topics that really highlight where the CAG provided advice and how those are flowed through into the project brief. Again, I won't go through those in detail, but I do want to focus on the question that we have for the CAG is, are there any additional issues that the IPSASB should consider in the project brief that you don't think we've already reflected based on comments you provided to date? So Chair, I'll stop there and interested to hear comments from the CAG.
Yeah, thank you, Dave, for leading us into that. I think what we do not want to do now is kind of do a wordsmithing regarding the project brief. We probably should concentrate on really the high level issues. Is there anything missing in the project brief? Is there anything which readers would need to understand additional to what is provided in the project brief to understand where the board wants to go to, right? So with that, I ask members to comment. First Paul, then Timothy.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try not to do too much wordsmithing, but in respect of key issue 4, risk management, we did think that perhaps that should be included risk and impacts management because of the inside out, outside in approach, whereas the risk management looks a bit too much like just a outside in. The other comment I would have, and in the past we've previously supported the outside in, inside out approach, using existing standards wherever possible, and also the focus on climate. And I found the project brief to be extremely detailed, extremely well thought out. I did think it was a huge amount of work for one person. Super person would be a huge amount of work for. And I appreciate the issues with the financing side of things. But I don't know whether you had any other considerations in respect of getting secondments, for instance, but that seems to be an enormous ask for us. And I'm not sure how much you're aware of the situation with the European sustainability reporting standards, but EFRAG, the European Financial Reporting Advisory Group, has been working with GRI and the IPSASB to try and improve the interoperability and the interconnectivity of those two sets of standards. So one thing we've suggested is maybe, and EFRAG are very busy at the moment, but if you could somehow arrange a 3-way call presentation between those 3 bodies to get kind of the best approach from all 3 perspectives as to how they've been trying to work together on this. I think that might help you a bit with the linking the standards together.
Thank you, Paul. Ross, immediate reaction?
Yeah, thanks, Paul, for your feedback on the project brief and some of your thoughts. You're right, it is a lot of work for one person. As you say, it's pretty optimistic. We are still looking for additional resources and funding. We are open to secondments. If you have in your network any sustainability experts or organizations that are looking to contribute, please reach out and let me know. We are flexible in our model and how we're going to deliver this. The other point I'll note underneath that is it's a staff-led project, but we are in the process of setting up the topic team that will help support I'd call it a quasi task force, as well as the sustainability reference group that will input into this and kind of operating off a model that was shared with us on GRI and how they do their standards. We think will lessen the staff burden somewhat, but by no means are we underestimating the amount of work it will take. We do a lot with a few on this team, and we'll have to continue to do that, but we are looking for support if there's any out there, and happy to have conversations.
Thank you, Ross. So can I ask Timothy and then Lana to come in?
Thank you, Thomas. So I think as the World Bank, we think this is obviously fundamentally crucial agenda and support, as I've said before, IPSASB getting involved and leading this work. And I think the brief, was very well written, and I think the overall.
Can you move a little bit closer to the mic? I think
the framework of risks and opportunities is an important one. But I just wanted to make sure that because a lot of the focus seemed to be when in the write-up, or some of the focus, especially on metrics, seemed to be around measuring sort of greenhouse gas emissions and the carbon footprint, but also this issue about so mitigation is crucial, but also adaptation is also an important element. And when one's quantifying and looking at risks, and especially if one's talking about lower and middle income countries, often the issue, the key thing about sustainability reporting is the potential exposure of countries to the risks from climate change. And I think the bit about metrics, I think it needs to be a little bit more balanced to actually how we bottle and quantify the risks is also critical, because I think in terms of a balanced approach, there is what we're seeing is the sort of the burden of the cost of climate change falls disproportionately on lower and middle income countries. And so in the sustainability reporting, critically understanding what the risks are and also the costs of having assets which are exposed to which are not resilient and exposed to climate change being a critical thing that needs to be bottled within this framework. So on reading it, it seemed to sort of focus more on the adaptation, which is obviously critical for the planet, but also on the mitigation, but adaptation and is a crucial thing that maybe could be highlighted a bit more.
Thanks, Timothy. And with that, Lana, welcome.
Great. Thank you, Chair. And thank you for sharing this project brief with us. I think it really clearly explained the rationale for starting with the climate-related disclosures project. So while I understand the interest in and the urgency placed around this particular specific project, I'm questioning whether IPSASB has considered about not moving forward with the general requirements for disclosure of sustainability related financial information at the same time. So forgive me if I understand that scope was obviously discussed in detail at the CAG in December and at IPSASB following, so perhaps that had been considered. But for me, I raised the question because there's some very general requirements that will be very important as the climate related disclosures project is continuing on. And being an auditor was near and dear to me is materiality and where the information will be placed. So just thinking about the priority for understanding materiality guidance and having that in place for the public sector, given the wide spectrum of users, and that modification for the public sector will really be important. So that's my first kind of question. And my second question is more kind of moving into implementation. I'm very excited about the space and looking forward to the near future for implementation. And just wanted to ask a question about transitional provisions. So just making the point that, of course, this is a global issue. Not everybody is starting from the same starting point, not from scratch. And so there's certainly many organizations that are already applying other frameworks that we've already discussed. And certainly in Canada, we think about some very significant municipalities that are already on the journey and using TCFD. So wanting to bring transitional provisions back forward into consideration about how complementary the IPSAS standard is planned to be, to make it more palatable, to go from one reporting standard to another, and to encourage implementation, which will be obviously an objective. Thank you.
Thank you, Lana. I would suggest immediate reaction, and then I would ask Agnieszka to come in.
Thank you. Great questions, Lana, and definitely things we have been thinking about. The board did decide to take 3 projects forward. So the general disclosures project, sustainability, climate-related disclosures, and the biodiversity project. But we had to make a decision based on resources, which one to prioritize first. And it was clear that we needed to do climate first. Now, that doesn't mean there might be some issues we need to consider that would normally be part of that general disclosure project to be able to finalize that guidance. And that doesn't stop us once we get more resources to move quickly on those other topics. But it's a matter of pragmatism that we only have the resources to do one now, and we want to get started. So again, we're hoping that with more resources down the line, we can move quickly on the other 2 topics as well. And to your point on transitional provisions, definitely there will need to be transitional provisions and we'll need to consider a timeline for implementation. But as we have no guidance in our framework at the moment, it's a little bit different in terms of transitional provisions. To those jurisdictions that are moving already and on a framework, and I know the Canadian municipalities are kind of leading the way at the moment using TCFD. We think the approach of building off the IPSASB's guidance, which is built off of the TCFD, will be helpful in that it, again, the strong view from our constituents to our consultation paper was to continue the consolidation of a very fragmented reporting space and public sector to build off of the consolidated private sector guidance to not go somewhere different. So we're really living that in the project brief and we plan to take it forward in that way. But when we do get to the point of having an exposure draft, we will have a section on transitional provisions that will set out timelines for implementation and our views on that.
Thanks, Ross. Agnieszka, and then Rosa.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Apologies for not being there. I tried to be brief. I noted a few points that are not missing in this very comprehensive document. However, these are points that I would like to invite you to consider whether they need some more prominence. And some of them has already been mentioned and some not. One is the general disclosures. I hear Ross explaining why you are going the direction of climate disclosure first, but what I would do is to give more clarity how you are going to coordinate those two projects and how do you actually approach the issue that is going to pop up. The climate document is first. So how do you proceed with not having those general disclosures? I just would some more detailed on that because this is very brief. Another thing that I would put some more details is the set of European standards. Paul mentioned already that, but it's hidden somewhere between other standards to be looked at. But this is actually the only set of standards with this multi-stakeholder approach. And I know that because of resources, you cannot look at all of them, but that would be also a good point of reference. Another issue is that it's there in the document, but I think it's also one of the important issues is the difference of perspective between the individual reporting entity, the public sector, and actually the whole of government reporting. It's there, it's mentioned there, but I think this is very important and can influence actually how the document, the standards is drafted. And there's also one more thing. I can sense some more sensitivities in the public sector sustainability reporting that are not present in the private sector reporting. I'm not sure how to put it, but if you look at point 5.9 of the document, when you also refer to some policies actually taken by the government that can influence sustainability issues, then it gets a bit sensitive because we're actually tackling the policies of the government. And we come back then to this difference between individual entity perspective and whole of government perspective. It may appear that the individual public sector entity has to somehow assess how the government's policy influences their position in terms of sustainability. For me, it's a bit sensitive issue, but I'm not sure whether I did correctly. And the last thing is, not sure whether that's the issue of the project brief, but the issue of implementation, or more the issue of actually encouraging constituents to apply the future standards. Is there a possible cooperation with the international institutions mainly that hold the IPSAS board to take up this project, whether there is a room for some cooperation to do the PR right now, before the standards are actually ready to, I wouldn't like to, in inverted commas, produce a market for the standards and start this action right now. And I was wondering whether there is a room for cooperation, not only IPSASB doing that by themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnieszka. Many points. Thank you very much for that, and congratulations. You provoke 2 flags going up. So I would ask Ian and then Ross to immediately react to your contribution.
So I think those are all really good points, and I think we are going to have to think about them going forwards. I think it is really important that we work with the other standard setters and that we don't, if you like, create differences for the sake of differences. And that's where I'm tremendously encouraged by the really good engagement we're getting from both IPSASB and GRI. And I think, as Paul says, there are we certainly should be starting a conversation, with EFRAG on ESRS. I think the challenge, though, here is this is a huge new field, and we have to work going forwards with the art of the possible. I think, as Thomas referred to in his introduction, everybody wants us to do this, but nobody, with odd exceptions, and is actually willing to come forward with either money or staff resources. And so I think what that leads to is people are going to have to be realistic about the extent and the sophistication of what we can do at this point in time. If the pressure is to get started, then we are not going to be able to work through all the issues before issuing the first set of guidance. And, I think certainly if you listen to IPSASB has made this point all the way through, that when S1 and S2 get issued, they are not going to be perfect. There will be issues people will need to learn as we go forward. And there will be challenges, I think, about how do you get the interoperability between IPSASB and GRI. They haven't solved that yet. And yes, there are discussions going on, but we're going to have to work our way as best we can through this. And I would love to be able to do all 3 of the initial projects, right from now. But I have to be realistic, and the staff have to be realistic, because we've also got a huge existing work program, which our stakeholders also told us they want us to deliver. So, it is really a case of we are where we are. We will do our best moving forward, but I think people won't thank us if we spend 5 years crafting a perfect standard. I think we're going to have to move forward. And so I think, the points in terms of things to think about, I think those are really useful. I do agree about this issue about whole of government versus individual entity. I think that line of sight through to SDGs and so on has come through. And I think, that's where really what we're going to need to look for is people to work with us as we move forward. We certainly hope that if we move forward with climate change, that will encourage others to come in behind us and support quite quickly in moving forward with the other projects. But, I can't promise that. And it's not through lack of discussions and conversations and persuasion with various different stakeholders. This is really tough. People want to give money for implementation. They don't want to give money for standard setting. And that's just the environment we're in. So, we are doing our best. Bear with us. Please do keep, providing us with comments, but we have to start somewhere, and we have to do our best with what we've got available to work with. So if you like, that's the plea, and it is frustrating. You can hear the frustration in my voice. I would like to be able to move forward with all of this, but we're not in that position at the moment. unfortunately. And there's an open request there for resources. It's interesting. I spoke at a conference in Sao Paulo, the CRISAIR conference, which is a World Bank IFAC a co-sponsored event, and I was asked at the end, "What more do you need?" And I gave the answer.
US dollars?
Whatever currency, we're fine. Staff resources, we're fine. But it is this, we are constrained. We do want to move forward, but we can't do that at the expense of the other things we've got on the agenda.
Thanks, Ian, for reminding us of that. But again, as you said, I think that doesn't hold us back from providing input, collecting that for the future, and kind of to see whether there's anything missing at that point, which might be overlooked or might be valuable. Ross, before I go to Rosa.
Yeah, very quickly, maybe just on the project brief itself. So Agnieszka, I take your points on the project brief that you'd like more clarity, but we're at the beginning of the project. We've got those issues in there that you've noted, and we've highlighted what we think they are. We have to work through them. So we never have all the answers when we start the project. That's why we've got our process we work through. And unfortunately, standard setting doesn't come with a crystal ball that's going to say where we're going to end up. And I can tell you often we have a view where we might end up, and we end up somewhere different. That's the beauty of the process. That's why it's iterative in nature, and that's why it requires significant consultation with stakeholders. And I would say we need to be open to some uncertainty here, because we've got new stakeholders that we're dealing with on sustainability. We're consistently engaging with multiple organizations that we've never engaged with in the past, that are educating us on their needs, their views on public sector sustainability reporting that we're integrating into the project. So I would say, similar to Ian's point, bear with us. We're going to work through it. This is a new space. We're learning as we go. But even if I was talking to you about a project brief on a financial reporting project, I couldn't give you answers to all your questions you have today, because we have a process we have to go through, and we're at the start, not the end.
Agnieszka, I would allow a very quick reaction to the reaction.
Okay, very quick, because I think I was a bit misunderstood. I wouldn't like to put pressure on you and answer all these questions. I will rephrase it. I think that these are the questions that constituents may ask, and at the level of the project brief or project elaboration, you could consider to be as detailed as possible, that you actually see those problems, and that's your pragmatic, but the decision that you taken having in mind all you just said. I think it's not just visible. So I'm not putting pressure to do all of this. I'm just suggesting make it visible, make it as clear as possible, that this is a pragmatic decision, and that you're not doing this and this because you don't have resources offered.
Thank you, Agnieszka, for the clarification. If you would sit here, you could feel the relief on Ross's side now, which I can feel. So, Rosa, over to you, and then Karen.
Thank you, Thomas. No, I have sympathies of what Ian has said, that you don't have all the resources that you would like to have. And that is something that we need to manage. But our role also is to say, to explain what we would like to have in this standard. I agree with you that maybe it's better to have something quicker and not to wait for a perfect standard in 5 or 6 years. But if we are going live with a standard with a narrower scope, maybe it's good to say all these points have not been taken into account and will be developed later. I have also pointed 2 points. One is of the risk that has been already said. I think it's an important one. And the second is that I am glad that the IPSASB board has agreed to take into consideration the specificities of the public sector attentively. But I would like to awareness that not to underestimate, because for me, the scope of the public sector is very broad. As someone said, there are a lot of level of the public sector, starting in Europe at the level of the European Union, that is fixing the objective, then needs to be implemented by the governments, by the regions, by the local authorities. That means a lot of actors in the chain, and also this. The scope of the public sector is not only investment, but also legislation that has been said, and I think it's an important aspect. And we are in the public sector, we are finance a huge variety of activities, not only focus only on climate, but other things that we are investing and having actions have an impact also on climate, and all of that needs to be taken into account. It's to put a little bit more pressure on the things that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosa. With that, over to Karen and then to Geoffrey.
Thank you very much, Chair. I completely agree with the point that we need to move forward quickly, and we may have something that's less than perfect, but it's better to have that and learn and develop going forward. I've got a couple of points that may or may not be helpful as you move this forward. One is sort of building on what Rosa was saying, is that the public sector is not homogenous. It's not one thing. It's got lots of different activities in it. Some of those activities exist in the private sector as well. Some don't. And so it might be useful to flag that there is some differentiation there in terms of the approach that you might adopt. And linked to that then is the expertise that you might need to support you, because where something already exists in the private sector, that might be readily available. Where it doesn't, that might be more challenging to deal with. So I don't know to the extent to which you've thought about that. One point in terms of the project brief that occurs to me, and maybe you've thought through, is the output itself. So what are you thinking about in terms of what this looks like at the end? Is it a separate report? Is it part of, general purpose financial reports? So something that explores that, I think, would be quite useful. And then my final point is on terminology, because I've been wrestling with this with my day job in many different ways. But inside out and outside in, I understand where you're coming from on it. I just wonder whether those are terms that translate, that other people will get, particularly when there's different levels of government. Does the outside in quite work? And so that might need some explanation, if you stick with those terms, some explanation about what that actually means, so that there's clarity about what you're trying to achieve here in terms of different levels of government. So those are just a couple of points to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. With that, over to Geoffrey and then Fabienne.
Thank you very much. And hello, everybody. Sorry, I can't be there. My employer seems to be very keen on reducing my emissions, so that's why I'm sitting in Luxembourg. So it's very apt connection with the current topic. I take sort of quite a lot of interest in this, and I think at the last meeting I was talking, or we were emphasizing this sort of outside in, inside out, which I agree with Karen may not be very clear to everybody, but it's actually quite convenient for us at the moment. What I don't find is probably enough clarity in section 3 of the project brief, because that seems to sort of start with the outside in and then comes to the conclusion we should be looking at the inside out, but then focuses on using IFRS 2, and that appears quite a lot through the document. But IFRS 2 is actually very much focused on the impact on the organization of changes in the climate. So, and we're looking at something completely the other way. So I just wonder how much we can actually, or you will be able to use IFRS 2. And then I would suggest as well, perhaps looking again at the section 5, I think it's 5.1, where there are 3 objectives. The first one is impact on the organization of climate change, I think. The second one is opportunities, and I wonder whether that's actually appropriate for the public sector, whether, what sort of, it sounds very private sector, we can sell more ice creams or something. But I think for the public sector is more about, is it opportunities for regulating gas boilers, which I'm sure Thomas will be very familiar with. What does it mean, opportunities? So I think it might be worth looking at that. And then the third one, C, which is the impact on the environment, I think is what it should actually be about. So I'm wondering whether those three, A, B, C, are actually the wrong way around. Should the focus be on C, and whether I would suggest getting rid of B or sort of making it very clear what is meant by opportunities? Thank you.
Thanks, Jeffrey. I see a lot of nodding on my left side. So thanks for that. Fabienne and then Key.
Thanks, Chair. Three points that are not at all meant to call into question the project brief, which I find very good and ambitious, very good and ambitious starting point. And all my 3 points revolve around connectivity, because I think it's a very important and key point, and maybe it could be in the project brief made a bit more visible that connectivity is a key topic that might need at some point some guidance, and I might need some guidance around that. But again, how bridge the gap between the sustainability reporting disclosures and the financial statements. But again, for not as a starting point, but for later thoughts, and also for later. Just being cautious here. With respect to the framework and building on the financial reporting framework, there might be differences with sustainability reporting, and I was just trying to wrap my mind around what would the true and fair view principle would be in sustainability reporting. And we've talked about inside in and outside. No, sorry, outside in and inside out, and maybe, or I would call it double materiality, maybe, and maybe that would be a principle that could be at the level of a framework specific to sustainability reporting. And lastly, and I guess it's still got something to do with connectivity. Because the objective is to identify risks, maybe opportunities as well, but maybe there could be things to draw from stress tests in the financial sector, and that could and the way those stress tests are conducted, and that maybe that could help provide guidance on how to establish connectivity between sustainability reporting and financial reporting. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne. Key, and then Franz. So Franz, you're back again. Okay.
Thanks, Thomas. I have two comments. Firstly, I suggest that IPSASB join on other international guidance. IPSASB should clarify its unique role in developing climate-related disclosure standards. To achieve this objective, the IPSASB should lead to highlight the difference and the features of public sector compared to private sector on climate-related issues. Especially the public sectors take a leadership role and responsibility in addressing these issues, and leads to communicate and coordinate effectively with multiple stakeholders. There are also more diversity and complexity since public sectors worldwide do not have a standard organizational structure. Therefore, IPSASB should fully consider these factors and, if necessary, provide practical guidance that suit different situations and environments. And my second comment is, even though sustainability or climate-related disclosure are non-financial information. The standard should also reflect financial characteristics. Climate-related risk and opportunities can affect public sector entities' economic, environmental, and social performance, which can then have a significant impact on their financial conditions and cash flows. Therefore, climate-related information should be linked to the financial information, showing the public sector's strategies, policies, and objectives in addressing climate change and their potential impact on financial performance. So I suggest the climate reporting and the financial reporting should also complement each other. Thanks.
Thank you, Keith, for these points, Franz, and then last comment from Anthony.
Thank you for this great project brief, very inspiring. I was wondering whether it could be a little bit more specific as to what the output actually will be. Is this aiming for a standard or for a recommendation? Is it going to be like industry-based, like the IPSASB used to issue for separate sectors? Like there would be done one for defense and maybe one for education and for health. So based on this project brief, it will be quite hard actually at the end of the project to say, did we achieve the objectives? Because there is a lot in this project brief saying, well, we will cross that bridge when we get at it.
Thanks, Franz. Ian, immediate reaction to that?
Well, I'll let Ross deal with the first point and then I'll come back in.
Yeah, so this is on the IPSASB's agenda to discuss this week what we're talking about, standards or otherwise. There's a staff recommendation in there, so we're not going to debate that today because the board's going to have the discussion. And I'll let Ian come on to the rest of the points.
So to Key's point, I entirely agree with you in terms of the linkage to public finances, and certainly we've been present in a number of, contributed to a number of the discussions that the OECD Paris Collaborative on Green Budgeting has been having, which is entirely about making sure that, or trying to get best practice out in terms of, ministers of finance actually and other government departments basically linking up and being clear about the impact of the investments they're making. And that's why we published the additional guidance for recommended practice guideline 1 and recommended practice guideline 3 to make it clear that people can use those now. They don't have to wait, particularly because RPG3 is at program level, but it fits very much with all the TCFD approaches and so on. RPG1 is about encouraging governments to do the overall long-term projections and to really bring forward the financial impact of non-financial factors, like in particular climate change obligations and so on. And that, that is really, really important, I think. In terms of the overall environment, I think, when you look at what we've articulated in the project brief, the challenges around the public sector is that broader stakeholder landscape. And that's why we say, I think the public sector impact on the financial markets has not been recognised broadly in the past. That's where the World Bank report at the beginning of 2022, I thought was really, really important, bringing out that statistic about 40% of the global bond markets, public sector. It's for that reason that we see that the IPSASB's guidance and, basically building off that, using the sort of approach that we use with IFRS is really, really important, because public sector doesn't need to go somewhere different. At least, you need something that the markets are going to recognise. So that gives you, in a way, a basis to build from. But this is where the GRI guidance in terms of that broader multi-stakeholder environment becomes really important. And I think one of the things that GRI is doing at the moment, which we've been talking to them about how they do it, is they've got a very broad suite of topic-based standards, and they're updating their guidance on climate change at the moment, incidentally. But topic-related standards that go across E, S, and G topics, what they're doing at the moment is working on sector-related standards. And so we've been talking to them about, in moving forward on sectors, some of the sectors actually are very similar between the public sector and the private sector. If you look at education, for example, some are very different. And so the more that actually we can work alongside them, so that, actually public sector isn't something different, but actually you gradually, by working together, actually you can move more quickly and allow people, if you get interoperability between guidance, then to start to use other pieces of guidance to move forward on that. So there's a lot of moving parts, is what I'm saying. And I think that will be reflected in how we move forward in that dialogue. But there is a really strong, we're getting good engagement with both GRI and IPSASB at the moment. So I think we will get as much synergy as we can moving forward. I mean, to Fabienne's points on connectivity, I think that's something where actually we're in a better place because we're one board rather than two boards. So IPSASB, IASB are having to actually work out how do they coordinate on that. But I would say, having been in a meeting with Linda Miesenhutter, who the deputy chair at IASB, she's very open to having that conversation with us. That was only last week, and so. I think all of this is going to be in the context of there's going to be a lot of dialogue. And again, I think that's one of the benefits of actually being able to move forward and start work in this space, is it gives IPSASB the ability to have a seat at the table in those discussions. And we'll hopefully then get that broader perspective into those discussions, because always in standard setting, there are choices. If people can make the choices that don't that support moving forward in the public sector rather than creating a problem, that's going to be really important. And the only way is actually to engage with all of that to avoid those choices being made. So, I think that's a kind of, we're aware there's a lot going on, but moving forward actually starts to give us that ability to be part of those discussions. And that for me is really important.
Thanks, Ian. Anthony, as you have not yet the opportunity to speak, I allow you make the last comment. We can't hear you, Anthony. No. So sorry, Anthony, but it seems as it doesn't work.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Sorry about that. Thank you. Sorry to take a bit of technical time. The earlier question around the scope of the project and the opportunities sort of prompted a question in my mind around opportunities versus plans. Is the need for something a little bit more tangible? And indeed, the wider question of, is the scope of the project looking at forward-looking as well as retrospective? And that sort of caused me to then look at the key issue 5 around the metrics and targets, which focuses predominantly on measurement, but perhaps could amp up the need for targets or scope around that particular area as well, which then leads me to the whole sort of objective of this project brief around reporting on climate change or looking at addressing climate change. And I think that potential objective nuance may help to address that forward-looking nature and the opportunities or plans that are more tangible around the reporting and the whole reason for the project. The second area that I thought should probably be considered more explicitly is the risk of greenwashing. And I know there are sort of general risks covered here, but I think there's a significant risk of that potential for greenwashing to be prevalent in the standards designed, and if that it's considered explicitly in the project brief, then that's going to be top of mind as the standards are designed or adapted. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. I think with that we can conclude on this part of the sustainability reporting agenda point. Thank you for all your valuable points. I think that has been an extremely rich discussion. I look at that as a wish list, but as with all wish lists, Ian and Ross reminded us that you have to be realistic. Not every wish can be fulfilled, at least not immediately. So with that, I think over to you, Dave, for some observations regarding the survey before we break for lunch and the group photo then.
So I'll just wrap things up. Firstly, thank you for all the comments, and Thomas and I will bring those to the board on Wednesday. Although when I look around the room, I see almost the entire board here, so that it's good they've heard these comments. And I'm sure it'll help with the project brief. A couple points on the survey that was released a couple of weeks ago. Firstly, a big thank you to everyone sitting around the table. The CAG members had the highest response rate of all the groups we sent out to. And going to Agnieszka's point on there being lots of guidance at the national level, jurisdiction level, this was kind of a way for staff to learn from you and looked at areas to target and look at this guidance. So this is a huge help for us. We've left the link open if anyone is still sitting on the fence on whether to respond. It is extremely helpful for us. And then 2 more points quickly for me. One, I'll circulate some slides after the session today so that you can see some nice pie charts on how all the data is broken down. But one that really stuck out to me was we asked you if your national standard setter engaged in sustainability reporting, and about 67% said yes. But what was really telling to me that of that 67%, less than half were developing it for the public sector. And that really emphasizes to me the need for the IPSASB to get into this space. And I just wanted to highlight that one output from the survey. So again, small sample size, but very useful information and an area for staff to look to in moving this project forward. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave. And I think we have to talk about the 3 minutes delay and the consequences of that. So thank you very much for your great contributions. I think with that, we break for the group photo and for lunch. So if I can ask you to reconvene at 1:30 sharp, please, 1:30, that we can move on with the finance reporting. Thank you.
statement of financial performance, similar to what we have in statement of cash flows with the sections of investment, financing, operations. So it is huge. We don't have that in our literature. The board will need to consider this topic. And also lately, the ISB has been issuing several amendments to IPSAS-1 through the disclosure initiative. The board hasn't been introducing that literature because it impacts paragraphs that we don't have, or they are already different, so we cannot bring, but we need to think through. So there is all this to say that through the IFRS world, there has been a lot of changes coming. GFS, after the issuance of IPSAS-1, IMF issued the Government Finance Statistics Manual in 2014, the same year of the concept of framework. So the manual was not considered when IPSAS-1 was developed. So one more thing for the board to consider, because we also have a policy paper on how to consider GFS in developing of our standards. And of course, users' needs that are always very important in the public sector. Where our constituents already provided the feedback that what type of information they would like, that this is important, what the information the board should consider. We already had kind of an auscultation in 2022 in September in Lisbon with the Public Sector Standard Setter Forum, where we had the roundtables. During the forum, we already received very good feedback on this topic. So there are already some sources that we have been considering to the development of the project brief that will inform this project going forward. So the first question that we have for the CAG is what other sources beyond the ones that we've identified should IPSASB consider when enhancing how information is communicated in the financial statements, or the how, or the what, or the where. So just what type of information should we draw upon to help the board guide its project? And with this, I'll open the floor, Thomas. Thank you.
Thanks, Joao. So any reactions? Not necessarily additional sources, but as well regarding the understanding of the sources which were described by Joao, or anything to consider? Franz, Lana?
Well, an obvious source would be national standard setters. And of course, the French standard setters, but also the Canadian standard setter. Because the way they structure their balance sheet here, saying financial assets, financial liabilities, then a thing called net debt, financial assets minus financial liabilities, then your financial assets, and then the overall net worth. That is, and for a government, a very, very helpful presentation of the statement of financial position. And the structure that we now see with many governments, current versus non-current, is not so helpful as it is from the private sector. Like the government of Tanzania, they have it in the order of the liquidity of the assets and the liquidity of the liabilities, rather than this current non-current. So I think there is an opportunity to look at the finances, the reporting standards of the Canadian standard setter in this respect.
Thank you, Franz. Lana, then Karen.
Thank you, Chair. It was almost like we planned it with Franz's comments. So I was going to point to the on the Canadian national standards sector. So to point out that the Canadian Public Sector Accounting Board has recently completed their work on a very important project, and it's going to result in a new standard, PS 1202, which is titled Financial Statement Presentation. So very much on the same topic that IPSASB is working on right now. And we think that this would be a useful source of research for IPSASB to look to. The new handbook section will be issued in October of 2023. However, the Canadian board has already approved the standard. in March of this year. It was also exposed for quite a period, and you would imagine there were a lot of comments that were received, and I understand much of that documentation would be available as well, and publicly available to sort of get an appreciation of the breadth of the comments that were received before the standard was issued or will be issued. And I was just going to note that the objectives of why the Canadian board took on this project and spent the resources that it did was very much complementary to IPSASB's objectives that you've noted in the project brief, was to improve understandability and provide financial statement users with better information. So it went into a lot of depth about where, what the statements would look like, introducing a new statement, better explaining net debt to users, and going as far as looking at, you know, back to the basics of assets and liabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Lana. That's very helpful. Ross, immediate reaction to that?
Yeah, just to flag that we've already been discussing various national reporting models, in particular the Canadian model, with the Canadian staff. And this week at the board meeting, we're having the chair of the PSAB and 2 staff members join our discussion to present their reporting model during our presentation of financial statements, so that we're, you know, hearing the latest news directly from them. So it's very much in the scope of our work already, but thanks for confirming that that's a good approach.
Thank you, Ross. That sounds very interesting, and that's very good. So with that, Karen, and then Fabienne.
Thank you very much, Chair. I guess I'm not looking at another source, but maybe a question rather than anything else around user needs and how clear we are about user needs. So I think we say that the primary user of IPSAS is parliamentary type bodies. I don't know whether their needs have changed over time. So I know the user needs, you've looked at what the public sector standard setters have said. But I wonder whether, in terms of trying to get this to deliver what's needed, whether there is something more that is needed to understand what users might like. Because I think we need to be clear about who we're communicating to try and achieve the objectives of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Fabienne, and then Key.
Maybe thinking ahead of the public interest, maybe some mention of the importance of integrated reporting, especially with the sustainability reporting emerging. So I would understand that it would also be a bit far away from the actual scope of what you were expecting of the scope of the standard, but I think at least some mention of the integrated reporting, and because at some point there might be a need to draw a line between sustainability reporting and financial reporting. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabienne. Key, and then Sheila.
Thanks, Chair. I think maybe the audit standards is another source of IPSASB should consider. For example, the UK Financial Reporting Councils revised the audit standard in 2019 to refine the requirements to evaluate managers' assessment of going concerns assumption. The ongoing impact of COVID-19 has raised widespread concerns about the company's business risks and the going concerns issues. The public questions whether financial statements can indicate the going concerns risk of an economic entity, and expects accounting information to play a more positive role. The newly revised auditing standards provide guidance on obtaining sufficient and appropriate audit evidence about the existence of material uncertainty related to the going concerns of audited entity. These standards will provide a reference for develop of the going concerns provisions in IPSASB 1 first. As another example, the International Audit and Assurance Standards Board revised its auditing standards on risk assessment in 2019. With the increase in use information technology represented by big data, economic transactions are become more and more complex. There is an urgent need for a comprehensive risk identification and assessment mechanism. The newly revised auditing standards introduce 5 new inherent risk factors and add provisions and examples of risk related to the audited entity's use of information technology. These standards provide some guidance on how risk should be reflected in public sector financial statements. Thank you.
Thanks, Keith, for pointing us in the direction of audit. Sheila and then Jeffrey.
Thank you. Previously, we discussed concerns about the use of government accrual financial statements. I think very few people understand financial reporting, and even fewer, if any, people understand government financial reporting. So I would be nervous about, having different presentation, different names for financial statements, different titles of accounts would add to the lack of usage and add confusion to the public in general. And then in the US, we just find that, there's corporate accounting and auditing, and then there's governmental accounting and auditing. And those are 2 very different things that need different training, need different software. So I would urge us to not make it too different. We want to stay in line with what people know.
Thank you, Sheila. And Jeffrey and then Timothy.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was wondering whether any thought had been given to more modern presentation of financial statements and financial information, because here we're still looking at a sort of a 19th century sort of thing, a bit of paper with a some charts on, some figures on, whereas technology gives us the opportunity to present things in the way that suits the user, and to move things around, and I think there's a great amount of potential there. And I wonder whether any thought has been given to that, because it's presumably that's the future, and it would be good for this group or the IPSASB to be thinking along those lines. So thank you.
Joao, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, thanks. So I'll start by the last comment. So staff hasn't gone into that area yet. We are still in this exploratory work, although we are aware of what is being presented, especially in the private sector. I've already seen it in different formats, but those are not coming directly from the International Accounting Standards Board. Basically, it's some companies present the information in a slightly different way than what it is the standards. But it is something that we should think about and bring to the board also to see if this is a topic that we should also embrace or not as part of this project. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thanks, Joao. I think Ian and Ross want to add to that.
Well, I think we have to be extremely careful about that, because I think the situation in terms of usage of information is much more complicated in the public sector, because this isn't just about financial reporting. If you look at, you've got System of National Accounts, you've got 2 variants in System of National Accounts, you've got ESA, you've got GFS, you've also got budgetary systems, which are jurisdiction specific. So it's actually a really complicated picture. And I think we really should not go down that route, given the limited resources that we've got available. I know if you look at how much work the IFRS Foundation has put into their taxonomy work. It's taken up a huge amount of resources, and that's in an area where you can actually, if you like, drive consistency, where I don't think we're in that situation here. So, you know, in an ideal world, yes, but I think we just have to be really pragmatic about this, and I would counsel us strongly not to go down that route for those reasons, that whole complexity, lack of consistency, etc.
Maybe just a reflection on a couple of the earlier comments about user needs and identifying those. I think even on this chart, we maybe should be putting user needs under conceptual framework. We have a whole chapter, role and authority, objectives of users of general purpose financial reports. And I think we should be building off what's there, not searching to redefine what user needs are, because the framework does a good job of identifying who the users are and what their information needs are. That should be our starting point. If we think there's a gap after that, then we should address it. But I mean, in some of our discussions, we seem to separate what's in the framework from searching for user needs. And I think be good for us to build off what's already there.
Thank you, Ross. Timothy?
Thanks. Maybe I'm going to be a little bit disruptive here, but I think one of the problems, I'm a non-accountant, I grew up in a budget department in a Ministry of Finance, I feel is that they are presented for accountants. So in terms of, and if I look at effectively the role of public finance is to deliver government policy, to deliver services, to deliver investments in a way which achieves government policy. Okay, and so one of the critical then things, and also that government policy includes macroeconomic and fiscal policy as well as service delivery and public investment, and regulation. So in that sense is that how can one make the value of accrual-based financial reporting inform decisions in terms of macro-fiscal, budgetary, and other decisions, and also hold those who make those decisions to account. Okay, and so I think that does almost demand a move beyond the formal and the current practice of way financial statements are being presented, to actually explore the opportunities to actually make this information used in decision-making processes more proactively. Now, Ian's caveats notwithstanding, that this is a resource issue as well, and a capability issue, but I think in terms of, I was listing out, who do you need to talk to? So, and I think there's an internal decision-making and an external decision-making and accountability role. So within, I'm a Ministry of Finance person. I think the budget person, obviously I'm selfish, the macro fiscal people, the debt people, and all the stakeholders within the Ministry of Finance or the Treasury need to be users of this information. In some ways, in the ministries of finance that I'm familiar with, they often don't look. Okay, and so we need to be aware that that is the case. And how can one then change the way this information is presented? And then also there's the external consumers who are Parliament and also the public, and also we're talking about in terms of things like sustainability reporting. There's the bond market, et cetera, et cetera. So I think although it's very important that financial statements in a formal sense are presented as best they can, but I think there's need to look beyond that.
Thank you, Timothy. Franz again.
Thank you, Chair. Piggybacking on what Timothy is saying about the importance of budget actual reporting. In this document, the staff actually recommends that IPSASB is scoping out of this project the comparison between budget and actual amounts. And then the staff continues by saying the IPSAS 24, budget information and financial statements, does not form part of the core of public sector financial reporting. I couldn't disagree more with this. Budget actual comparison has been for centuries the core financial reporting by governments. And as accountants, we should be a little bit more humble here to say now suddenly the comparison of budget and actual amounts is not part of core financial reporting anymore. So my recommendation would be to definitely include the comparison of budget and actual amounts in this project.
Thanks, Franz, for that passionate comment. I think you jumped a little bit ahead already because this is already dealing with project scope.
Yes.
At the moment, we are looking at the sources for the project objectives, but we will keep that. Ross, you wait until when?
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, I think the reason it's scoped out here is because we already have a standard that covers that. And so IPSAS 22 and 24 are already standards we've developed that allow the entities to present notes that cover reconciliation with budgets and reconciliation with GFS. So that's why they're scoped out. So what we're trying to do here is the core financial statements in IPSAS, which is your statement of financial position, your cash flow statement, and your performance statement. So that's what this project's meant to do. So to keep the scope tight, we're not recommending now that we revisit IPSAS 22 and IPSAS 24. So that's what that relates to. So they aren't part of the core financial statements in IPSAS now. If we hear otherwise that we should actually have that as a statement, then that's quite a shift from where we are in IPSAS 22 and IPSAS 24. So that's just where we are, matter of fact. Whether we need to be there or somewhere different, that's for the board to debate.
Thanks, Ross. I think that brings us already in the scoping area. Sheila, are you still in regarding Sheila? Okay.
Yeah, just to go off of what Franz was saying is that the largest financial decisions that are made by governments are budget decisions, and an accounting standard should be should be decision useful. And just an update on machine readable formats in the US. In December, the Federal Transparency Data Act was passed by the central government. It requires that state and local governments in, I think it's 3 or 4 years, have machine readable data available. And my organization's working, Truth in Accounting is working very hard and is very involved in developing the government taxonomy and helping governments implement the systems needed to get machine readable language. So.
Ian, do you want to come in?
Well, I think the challenge we've got here is all of the examples that people are giving us are national level examples. And we're talking about an international public sector accounting standard. And if you look at budget, for example, budget and the coverage of budget and the budget rules are very much a jurisdiction specific issue. So the challenge we've got is how do you bridge? Because even if you're and there's still a limited number of jurisdictions that actually budget on an accrual basis, the boundary for budgeting and even the rules for budgeting may well be different to what you would get if you actually applied a set of the consolidation principles under IPSAS 35 and so on. Certainly, you've got differences of classification on a practical basis. You've got differences in the way that fiscal rules are formulated. So, if you like, the only way that we can take this forward in terms of an international standard is actually to give people approaches that they can adopt. We can't actually set rules for this because every single jurisdiction, in my experience, is different. Even if you go to the European Union, actually member states all have their own different budgetary frameworks, even although there are some certain central data collection requirements. So I think that's, it's that huge diversity. So therefore that's back to, okay, how do you actually work forward with producing something that actually makes some sense from a financial reporting perspective? And I entirely take the point that, we have to be, suitably humble here, but equally we can't deal with that level of diversity in terms of providing some principles. So that's what we're trying to grapple with here, is how do we bring it as up to date as possible? How do we, we've got a standard that allows you to bridge in terms of budgeting. We've got a standard that allows you to bridge in terms of representation of financial state, information from a GFS perspective. So how do you actually reconcile that in the form of an international standard? And I think we cannot start to do all of the stuff about XBRL and all of that kind of thing with that diversity in mind. And I know that sounds negative, but I think that is the environment we're working in, and trying to actually produce some sense from. So
Thanks, Ian. Joao, why don't you just lead us into the next area, which we kind of already jumped in anyway?
Thanks, Thomas, and thanks, board members, for this very helpful discussion, and that opens now the second part of this discussion, which is project scope. And before getting to the details, one thing that staff in this early, thought process and discussions also with the Canadian members, staff from the IPSASB, is that this project has a very big potential of scope creep. There is so much things that can be addressed with a project like this that we can have a project for 20 years, basically. I even joked, I have a secure job until retirement because there is so much things. So it's kind of a big elephant that we need to eat bite by bite. And although it's not that all other things that are not important, but it's kind of addressing things by what are the most pressing and that we are getting. So, and in this line of thought, so what we thought initially was, okay, let's address as a first stage of this, address the statements that are in IPSAS 1. So we have already 4 statements there: a statement of financial position, statement of financial performance, statement of changes in net assets and equity, and notes. This is not to preclude that will be only these statements. If the board, through the discussions, might come to a conclusion that there is a need for another statement, then it will be added to the final pronouncement. So, but this is a starting point. It's not the ending point, but always focus on the statements that we have related to accrual-based accounting. By doing this, yes, we are already scoping out another financial statement, which is IPSAS 2, the cash flows statement, IPSAS 22 and IPSAS 24. But this is not to say that these statements that are now scoping out, I want to clarify what does this mean. It means that we will not develop work, or not, we are not proposing to develop specific work to change, to radically rethink these standards. But this is not to say that they might not be amended through consequential amendments of the decisions that are taken on the above statement. So if there are changes to statement of financial position, performance, and net asset and equity that have consequential amendments into those 3 IPSAS 2, 22, and 24, we can do that, no problem. But not to rethink, because then you would have this scope creep, as I've already said before. So this is our proposal to the board, and of course, not to include information that enhance, complements, and supplements financial statements that many times is published together with the financial statements, precisely to keep the project constrained in terms of scope. So taking into account the resource constraints and the multiple perspectives on each topic, what is the CAG advice to manage and balance the constituents' views with the project scope? So I'm going to put again these 4 boxes, and why is that? Because they will help us to properly define the scope that is relevant to develop this project, as each of these boxes may have specific issues that the board will need to consider as topics to develop the project going forward. And as Ross said, users' needs is very much part of IPSASB's conceptual framework, but we are also open that there might be other how to apply these users' needs into presentation of financial statements for the first time, as the board has not yet ever done this applicability of the conceptual framework to presentation of financial statements yet. And that exercise will need to be done going forward. And with this, I'll open the floor, Thomas. Thank you.
Yes, Paul.
Must admit, for me, the scope is the key issue with this. And I think the real kind of split is the last box, the user's needs, and the three before it. So if you're talking about just looking at the primary financial statements and notes, if you're looking at alignment with existing standards and set that as your scope, that will necessarily restrict your scope to just that area, if you see what I mean. And I suspect there's probably quite a lot of work to do with that, especially in the context of things, previous discussions deciding the OCI perhaps wasn't necessarily relevant for the public sector. I think as soon as you add user needs, even limiting it to the primary financial statements and the notes, it massively increases the scope, because then you're talking about the relevance of these statements and whether they fulfill users' needs. So if you really want to keep the resources focused, you may need to consider users' needs as a separate project, maybe a longer term project. Otherwise, everyone will see this as a project. It's a project for everyone, but everyone will take different things from what you mean from it. And I wonder in that context, when you had the initial consultation during the midterm review, what sort of feedback did you get from the constituents as to what the importance to them was of this project? Was it alignment or was it users' needs? And obviously, if you're going to do an alignment project and really what people want to talk about are the users' needs, then I think there's going to be a big issue there.
Thank you, Paul. I think that's a great comment, and I think that supported what I thought when I saw the presentation and the paper up front, that I said, are we clear what are the constituent views we have to manage and to balance? So what is it what people want? Because as you rightly said, everybody looks at it and wants something else, depending on his or her information needs. Another comment prompted or kind of reminded me of a discussion we had at the IPSAS project, where you said the OCI might not be relevant for public sector. Within the IPSAS project, there were papers developed regarding the presentation of the statement of financial performance, and especially the need for an OCI or an adapted OCI in the public sector. I think you might need to look at that as well. I think that was a really intense discussion in the IPSAS project. Agnieszka.
Thank you, Thomas. I'm just wondering, listening to the discussion, is that the only question of the scope? You meaning scope dependent on the resources? So the question is, if you had all the resources required, would it be possible to align with all those, frameworks that you presented, Joao, on the slide? Because I think that some decisions are going to be taken, whether that should go closer to the public sector specific items in the presentation, or not necessarily that would mean the same as alignment with IFRS, and OCI is one of the examples. So for me, it's not only the question of scope itself and the resources, but also the question on the decision in which direction this should follow this project. And I think that maybe it would be good to give more prominence to the conceptual framework. It's not that visible from the document now, but for me, my understanding would be the conceptual framework as revised should be at the very first place. And as you've already mentioned, users' needs as defined right now in the conceptual framework should be taken into consideration. So for me, these are not like conflicting frameworks, and we should discuss in which should be taken into consideration, which not. It's also the question of the strategy where we should follow. Thank you.
Thanks, Agnieszka. João, I think you wanted to react, and then Ross wants to react as well.
Sorry. Yeah. So once again, we are anticipating. So the third part is about the topics, and I'll address the comment that you've made about the OCIs and the issues. So bear with me, please. Thank you.
So I think I captured all of what you're saying, Agnieszka, but it was breaking up a bit. But I think maybe I see it slightly different than maybe how Joao's saying. It's not just about resources. The scope of the project is going to decide the feasibility of how quickly we can address issues and move forward. And the biggest problem we have around presentation at the moment is the fact that IPSAS 1 hasn't stayed aligned with IFRS, nor has it aligned with our own conceptual framework that was developed in 2014. So there's a need to look at that. And along with looking at it, I think we need to look at the information we have on user needs, their information that's already described in the framework, apply our presentation chapter and develop our updated reporting model that may be aligned with IFRS and may be aligned with GFS. We don't know at the start of the project, but those are factors. But the reason it is constrained by scope is simply because if you start putting 5, 6, 7 standards in it, it gets too big to manage. We've seen this before with other projects we've tried to do. If you put too much on the table, it just will go around in circles. Constituents get confused. We can't clarify what we're asking. So I think that's the reason for constraining it more than resources is feasibility of being able to operationalize the project.
Thanks, Ross. Timothy, then Sheila.
Thanks. I mean, I think the issue of feasibility is key. So maybe this is an issue about how to break it up, but also, and I think maybe we had this strategy conversation about the work plan going forward. But I mean, I still put the question out there as to why reporting against the budget is not part of the core financial statements. It is part of the notes. So I still think that is, notwithstanding the issue of the various ways things are provided, but I can think of 3 or 4 standard ways that the budgets can be presented in a standard way, notwithstanding the huge variations in budget frameworks. And you basically, and this, it varies if you're doing it at a whole of government in the terms of the consolidated accounts versus at an entity level, but some kind of core element of the financial statements being reported against the budget. That may be a longer term issue, but I think is that something that would ever be considered, but that's not and done in a way that's simple enough to be standardized. And I just want to put that out there, because this is about effectively, and what I am convinced about is that the part of the problem, a lot of budgetary decisions and macrofiscal decisions are not being made on the basis of numbers that have been through the discipline of the accrual-based accounting process. So this is just one of those things that put it out there, but notwithstanding all the issue about feasibility, scope, phasing this, but is this am I being am I talking complete nonsense, or is this something that could be considered going forward?
Ian, do you want to answer the question whether this is nonsense?
Yeah, I mean, I think actually I was reflecting on Paul's intervention in terms of how do you work a way through this, and I suppose if I take the private sector, the driver for international financial reporting standards has been comparability from a market's perspective. And so therefore what the private sector has been driving at doing is actually getting a common set of a common way of preparing accounts and a common way of presenting them in a way that produces information that is useful from a market's perspective. Now, I think if I take the comparison in terms of public sector, where is it that data is compared between governments? So on an international basis, actually, I think there's always been a missing player in that, which is the markets. Going back to the point in the World Bank report about the significance of governments in the international bond market, that's been a missing piece for a very long while. And you know, inevitably, until you get to a stage where there is sufficient uptake of accrual reporting standards across governments, you're not going to start to get that real driver for information there. The other framework that is international, or frameworks that are international, are GFS standards, and that's where you truly do get comparisons between governments. I mean, that's what the GFSM is all about. So in some respects, I think those kind of are drivers towards general purpose financial statements. Now, then going to Paul's point, and I think it's also to Timothy's point, the budget framework and the budget coverage and the budget rules are a national level construct, and they do vary between jurisdictions, undeniably. And so in a sense, actually, where that gets you to is those are actually you know, special purpose financial reports. They're specific to jurisdictions, and we are never going to be able to prescribe what the presentation should be for those. What we can seek to do is make sure that as far as possible, the, if you like, the kind of themes and the ideas behind that presentation are present in the international standard, but the actual approach to presentation of those and so on maybe actually belongs in IPSAS 24, and I'd need to go away and have a think about those. But I think what we probably need to do is get the bridge between where financial statements either now or in the future will need to be comparable, which I think is the bond market information and the GFS information. And then what you need to do is give people the way in which you can construct and make the information as accessible as possible in a general way that would help with the budget reconciliations. And that's probably, you know, we just have to be explicit about what we can do, and then what is actually, if we like, we give people the tools as far as possible that can then be used at a jurisdiction level to give accountability against whatever the jurisdiction appropriation framework actually is, because those aren't consistent. But if we can give them that kind of thinking and that, so I think that's kind of a germ of an idea, and it seems to me actually that's what we need to sort of think about. But I think, you know, absolutely, if we think about, okay, you know, and I think this is back to the Canadian point, actually, if that's looking at debt and so on, well, maybe that's actually what, you know, the markets would be looking for more. It goes to sustainability and so on. Also GFS, can we do more with OCI in terms of helping to get closer to the GFS performance presentation, and then we bridge to the special purpose. Anyway, that's my current hypothesis. We'll need to go away and have a bit more of a think about that. But I think that's where that was a very helpful intervention, Paul, that actually maybe we can't square everything immediately, but we need to just think about how you would go about it.
Thanks, Ian, for describing your thought process. Ross, anything to add before we go to Sheila?
Well, just to be clear, because I think in this conversation it's getting a little derailed, like we don't have anything in the standards that talk about that. So IPSAS 24 already tells you and gives you guidance on how to take your budget and present it on a comparable basis to your actuals and a reconciliation between the two. So that's already in our guidance. It's been there since December 2006. So if entities are making their budgets publicly available, they should already be including this in their IPSAS reports. This isn't a gap in our literature now. So is the question, people are ignoring it because it's not one of the core financial statements, or the guidance in 24 itself doesn't work and we need to fix something there? So I think that's the issue. I don't think this is a gap at all in our literature. We have this standard. If it's not being used properly or the information is not relevant, then we need to identify that issue and deal with it. We don't need to step back as if we don't have this, because this is one of the core standards of IPSAS and one of the first public sector specific standards we had. So I think the real question is, how's it being used and what we should do with it? But I'm not sure that's an IPSAS 1 problem, because this is a standard that stands on its own.
Thanks, Ross, for the clarification. I think regarding the implementation and the usage of IPSAS 24, from my experience, I can say it's not widely used for whatever reason. But that's a different question. I agree with that. So Sheila and then Tiago.
Yeah, just going back to the budget discussion, and I think Tim's point is that it's the largest financial decision that governments make. So that budget decisions, and I would say that the reason that the budgets might be done at a national level and there's a lot of diversity is because there isn't any standard. So what else am I going to do? In the US, we find that a lot of the citizens are shocked to hear that governments they keep 2 sets of books. They keep a budget books, and then they keep they think all the books are the books. They don't think there's 2 sets of books. And going back to and then on another subject, the user's needs, I think the user's needs should always be considered, and they should be the most important consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. Tiago, and then Rosa.
Hi. Very pleased to be in such a wonderful meeting. Unfortunately, not there. Something that I think that may be interesting in order to improve the use of financial statements. Why are not countries using financial statement at government level? And I think that's the key issue. What's in it for me? So we must create the need of using that kind of information. Something that we've done here in municipalities of creating the need of using the information of financial statements. First, not the financial statements, but the information that is within it, and we used to build it. For instance, the calculation of arrears using accruals information, the calculations of delaying payment using accruals information, accounting, calculating the delay in receivables considering accounting information, calculation indicators such as the relation with assets, with the depreciations and amortizations, giving some key values by type of assets and relating it with types of capital, cash basis accounting. So we deliver a kind of information that is useful, that creates a need of using financial accounting information. Am I being clear with this? So it's kind of a quick win that delivers value, because that's something that for most people, financial statements, people don't understand what they are for. What is it for? What do I do with this information? So how do we create value? This kind of key indicators may be a way to create the needs. So if all of us think of some of these indicators, what will happen, it will be the politicians to ask for this kind of information. For instance, how do I show up a decrease in debt in the municipality for the past 10 years? You must have accruals information, because cash bases do not deliver that. So we must address some issues in our countries, and we may try to put together some of these key indicators and to see if it's worldwide use, being able to be used for all of the other countries. Maybe this is a way. Create these key indicators using public accounting accruals information.
Thank you, Tiago. I think certainly a good starting point, and that relates probably to the first question regarding sources of information, is the question, why are financial statements not used? What are the arguments? And is that something which can be fixed by IPSAS 1, or are the reasons somewhere else? Thanks, Tiago, for that. Rosa and then Lana.
Thank you. My intervention was a little bit linked what Tiago has said.
Rosa, can you go closer to the mic?
For me, it's true that the majority of decisions are taken from the budget information, but at the same time, more and more what I am seeing is that the limitations of the budget information. In the past, it was not so clear, but now, yes, because about the public debt. And it's, for example, in the European Union is one thing that we are seeing, that it's an increased request of other kind of information that many are in the financial statements, but the parliamentarians or the politicians, they don't know a lot about the financial statements, and they are requesting more information. And I think here we need to take the opportunity to think about which kind of information will be useful. And I am talking about debt, I am talking about contingent liabilities, is another aspect that we are seeing an increase of information. And if to do now a revision of these financial statements without taking into account some of the real needs, it will be a pity, because we will continue having very nice presentations, but not very useful. And I think that we need to balance what on this scope, what we want to do. But I think we need to answer some of the requests that are coming at this moment in time. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosa. Lana, and then Sammy.
Thank you, Chair. So my comments may be going back a little bit to some of the conversation that we've had, but when I read the project scope and I was looking at paragraphs 22 and 23, I was a little bit unclear, but maybe that's been clarified in this meeting, about not including IPSAS 2, so the cash flow statements, as part of A, B, and C in paragraph 22, because I think it's been clarified that it is considered part of core and part of a complete set of financial statements. So what I'm hearing and understanding from the discussion today was the staff and the board are trying to balance with the project creep and try and specifically focus on the A to C, but knowing that there probably likely could be and will be consequential amendments to IPSAS 2 as a result of the work on this project. So that makes sense. And then I guess my thoughts are going to the very interesting conversation about budget and IPSAS 24, which I'm not totally familiar with, but in the Canadian context, obviously we do have budget information that's presented right on the financial statements, and do feel that meets users' needs and is an expectation that that information is front and center and compared to actuals because of its importance. So that's sort of where my bias is in terms of budget information. And then when I do go look at IPSAS's conceptual framework, I think all of the weight is placed on that as well in terms of importance of budget information and how important it is for accountability. So perhaps that's kind of to Timothy's comments about down the road. Is that something that the board may want to come back to consider how IPSAS 24 right now is written in terms of only making that information required if the budget information is public. And I didn't know, but Thomas, you made the comment that it is not widely used. So that is a consequential amendment of that part of 22 that is saying only if it's mandatory. So that's a reflection point that I'm having as I'm learning and going through this, but certainly my bias would be towards to making that information more prevalent in financial statements.
Thank you, Lana. Sammy?
Thank you, Thomas. Thomas, I just want to echo what Ian said about what we're trying to solve here is international public sector accounting standards, and we're not looking at the national standard of each country. For standard to be internationally recognized, it should be internationally recognized. So basically, the financial statements of any country or any entity following the IPSAS will look more more or less the same between any other any two countries or any two jurisdiction. And again, I don't think that the users of the financial statements are not the financial statement that we're producing is not useful for the users of the financial statements. All what we have to do is extract exactly the information that is useful for those audience and give it to them in a way that they understand it. In Abu Dhabi, the basis of all our financial reporting is the financial statements, exactly the financial statement. But I don't need to go and shove the jargon of accountancy and standards into the thoughts of non-accountants, governmental seniors and chairmen who are not accountants or have anything to do with accounting. They're interested of the information that is useful for them, and I have to understand my audience. And once I do that, I can extract the information from the financial statements, because the financial statements have to have all of those information. About presenting budget in the financial statements, is it mandatory or not or something? As long as the budget exists in somewhere in the financial statements, I don't see why do we need to have it in the main financial statements like the balance sheet and income statement and so on. Budget is not an accounting does not have an accounting basis or international standard basis. Every country have its own way of presenting their budget. Every country have their own procedure how this budget change. And if we try to put those information in the financial statements, it will be a little bit different between the countries, and this is not what we are trying to achieve by having an internationally recognized financial statements for all jurisdiction to use. Thank you.
Thanks, Sammy. France.
Yeah, IPSAS 24, of course, takes into account that budgets are prepared in a very different way between countries. But that's why the standard also requires a reconciliation. Currently, the reconciliation is required with cash flow statements always, and with the statement of financial performance if the budget is prepared on an accrual basis. So shouldn't it be revisited whether government should be required to reconcile their budget actual comparison with both the cash flows and the accrual financial statements? The IPSAS 24 is widely applied. It's a required standard, but the reconciliation with cash flow statement is often ignored by those countries that have an accrual budget. Actually, this month I published an article in Public Money and Management, the SIPFA, former SIPFA magazine, about the reconciliation between budget and actual amounts versus the accounting information in Statement of Financial Performance and the cash flow statement. And I would all of you recommend to read this article. It's in the Public Money and Management. It's called the Reconciliation of Budgeting and Accounting. It's in this month's issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Franz, for that marketing block as well. So I don't see other flags other than Ross's, but probably this is not relevant anymore. So Joao, back to you. Yeah.
Right. Well, once again, thank you very much for this very good discussion. Staff has many things to think through. So the last topic is about the staff's proposal to the board to develop a consultation paper with an illustrative exposure draft, but done in a specific way. Once again, this is a very good example where both staff and the board consider the CAG advice, and we went to the December 2019, the CAG's advice on when to use a consultation paper with the illustrative exposure draft. So there were several criteria. It is in the papers. I'll not go through that. It is in issued paper, but staff reflected on that criteria and thought that might be used for this project, and I'll explain in a few minutes. So in December 2022, the IPSASB discussed 3 options on how the project may develop. We have already discussed these 3. The IFRS alignment, GFS alignment, or public sector specific. So, and there was also very good discussion about these 3 options, or any hybrid deviations from these 3, kind of a mixture of more IFRS or less, or more GFS, or more public sector specific with flavors of IFRS and GFS. So after that, the IPSASB sent to staff to reflect further on these options and how this could be developed. So and staff spent the last quarter reflecting on this, and we came to some conclusion that doing a consultation paper with options of financial statements might be seen as each option as a silo, and that is not. We thought that it's not good, because in the end, after a consultation, we might end up with some sort of hybrid presentation of financial statements. So whatever proposed might not look like what it will be in the end, and seeing each one might not be fit for the public sector as a silo. And we also thought, okay, and if we'll do a straight exposure draft, just like other projects are done. But given the feedback that we already received from the forum, from the consultation, and now that we are now receiving, it's kind of a confirmatory, it does not allow the IPSASB to mature its thinking on presentation of financial statements. And as this discussion has shown, there is a variety of perspectives of things to consider that going to an exposure draft, we thought that not be appropriate. So having done this thought process, so what staff is recommending the board, now trying to answer Agnieszka's questions. So we are proposing to develop a consultation paper, and that consultation paper will be a topic-based consultation paper. So we have that will follow, but not necessarily strictly what we have in IPSAS 1, so the table of contents, but other topics that the board might see needed to be considered in this. And with that, we'll have an illustrative ED that will try to show our constituents how those views would look like in a standard format. Because sometimes we can have the ideas, they might be beautiful, but we don't see how does that apply in practice. And sometimes it's when people see the paragraphs and the standards in a standard format, they'll see more than what are the ideas. And so this topic-based approach, together with the illustrative ED, we thought that we would have some benefits. We would have an holistic approach to topics. So we would consider conceptual framework, what IFRS has, what GFS has, also some national standards setters, just like was here suggested, for each topic for those financial statements. Would allow also the maturing of IPSASB's thinking on presentation of financial statements throughout the project, because as it is only preliminary reviews, we'll have the time to receive the feedback from constituents from that consultation paper, and then rethink on whether to stick with those preliminary reviews or modify them, and how will that then impact on the exposure draft, and constituents will be able to see, compare and contrast with the illustrative ED, and then the next stage of a formal ED. would provide constituents with a clearer view of the IPSASB's direction of travel as it develops its thinking. And of course, we thought it would be more transparent and would to get a better feedback on this approach. With this, then what we ask the CAG advice is to see whether there are any issues with this suggested approach that both the staff and the board should consider, and whether there are any aspects of the illustrative exposed draft that the IPSASB should also consider to enhance the responses to the consultation paper based on that earlier feedback that we got from 2019 that was put forward to another project that we had a similar approach on the measurement. And now we are asking if there are any specificities that the IPSASB should consider on this project. And with this, I'll open the floor, Thomas. Thank you.
Thanks, Joao. And I think Dave, under the name of Eileen, wants to say something.
I just wanted to emphasize that we tried this approach with measurement in developing the consultation paper for that project. And in developing that consultation paper and exposure draft, we came to the CAG and we're struggling earlier on what that would look like and received CAG feedback on how to incorporate that package together. Coming back from that, we spent a little extra time developing the consultation paper and the exposure draft, but it really shortened our time between the exposure draft and final standard because we were able to get very robust analysis back from our respondents. They were able to read the principle and then see what the IPSASB envisioned that principle to look like in practice. And in debriefing the process with the CAG, I can't remember, it was a December meeting, but something that really resonated with me was CAG's advice on using this process going forward is when you have a project where the IPSASB is able to establish a number of preliminary views going into the consultation paper, that was a good area to use an illustrative exposure draft. And Joao was able to convince me in this case using the topic-based approach that he'd be able to go down line by line throughout the presentation of financial statements project, and the IPSASB would be able to develop a number of preliminary views, and that would translate well into an illustrative exposure draft. So I just wanted to give that background that we have tested this before and it worked out well for measurement, and just wanted to highlight this isn't a brand new approach.
Thanks, Dave, for that reminder. So any comments? Paul? France, I think you're not in. Paul, please.
Thank you, Chair. In view of the discussion we've had around the table, I wonder if this is not a little bit premature at this stage. Certainly, when we've responded to consultation papers with the exposure draft, it has been very useful. Obviously, it's been a bit more weighty for us to read, presumably much more weighty for the IPSASB staff to produce as well. And it does, I think you're absolutely correct. I think it does focus people's mind very much on the questions being asked, probably improves the feedback, but equally by exposing views, psychology, you put added weight on those views as well, and maybe potentially shut down some alternative views. And I wonder whether, given the level of disagreement, I'd almost say, amongst just the CAG members here, whether this would not be a little bit premature. I mean, I was trying to work out exactly from the papers and during the presentation what the preliminary views would be that would establish an exposure draft to go along with it, and I'm still a bit vague on what those could be when we're talking at such a fundamental level about the scope of the project.
Thanks, Paul, for that warning. Fabienne?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to point out that with the measurement project, the illustrative exposure draft was a brand new standard, whereas here we do have an existing standard, so the situation might be a bit different. And I remember that we at the CNOCP struggled to comment on the exposure draft back in the measurement project, because we did have some comments on the consultation paper. So because things were not finalized, but frozen. I mean, it was nothing was really certain and sure. We didn't feel at the time that it was right to comment on the exposure draft. So we did struggle with that. Just wanted to share experience on that.
Thanks, Fabienne. Ross.
Yeah, thanks both Paul and Fabienne for comments. I can tell you it is a lot more staff resource to do the CP with an illustrative ED. So I wouldn't want us to do that on all projects, but I do think this is a project where it makes sense because presentation and disclosure, in my view, it kind of gets lost in the principles and the words and what's this actually going to look like. So what we're really talking about here is, okay, we're going to have a academic discussion that takes our conceptual framework and applies it to a bunch of reporting issues. And the illustrative AD is, well, what would that actually look like as a financial statement? Where would your subheadings be? What would it be? So it's kind of giving you a pragmatic lens of what the academic in the CP is talking about so that you have something against it. Because without it, it's quite challenging for people to write back and say, well, does that make sense or not? And this isn't, I would say in standard setting, it's not a novel approach. If you look at the ISB's work on its projects, it often has model financial statements included, whether it's in a discussion paper, which is their version of our consultation paper, or an exposure draft. I think you have to articulate what you're talking about in terms of how it's going to look. That's all we're talking about here. So I wouldn't emphasize it. I don't think we're going to have a full ED with every principle you'd see in an ED, but this is what we're talking about in this part of the CP in terms of what the reporting would look like.
Thank you, Ross. Coming back to what I said earlier regarding the papers or within the IPSASB project, having been involved in preparing these papers, and preparing the basis for the discussion of how could an OCI look like, how could a statement of financial performance look like with an OCI, with an adapted OCI. I can only echo what you said. It was not until we presented like an illustrative example with line items, then people could understand what we were talking about and what the different options would be. So I think makes a lot of sense. Karen, and then Sheila.
Thank you, Chair. I was debating whether to come in before Ross spoke, because I was going to say a picture can paint 1,000 words. And so there can be some real advantages in being able to see that set out. But I am wondering whether it is a draft ED or whether it's draft IG or, a pro forma statement. And so that might be something that's worth thinking about in terms of the balance of your scarce resources in terms of where you best put it, because I think it can be really helpful. So
thanks, Karen. Immediate reaction, Ross?
Just to say, I agree that we'll have to see what it ends up in the end. But regardless of the illustrative ED being in a consultation paper, we'll still go through an ED stage like we do with all projects. That's a mandatory part of our due process. This doesn't allow us to skip through that, but what it does allow us to do is to get a lot closer to the final product in the actual exposure draft, because we will get a lot of comments back iterating on things people do or don't like in those illustrative financial statements, and will allow us to get the principles closer in the exposure draft. And we saw that with measurement. The things that were fully explained in the illustrative ED were a lot closer to where we ended up in the actual ED. And we knew where we had support and we knew where we didn't, where we need to do more work. So it was a very useful tool. It was worth the investment. And I would say we'd be probably missing the trick on this project if we underinvest in the CP, because we're going to make it up at the ED stage anyway.
Thanks, Ross. Sheila?
The UN designates international days to educate the public about certain issues of concern. So I would propose that we go to the UN and try to get International Government Reporting Day to get people interested in the government's financial reports. And I would propose that it would be on March 19th, which is the day before International Happiness Day.
And we combine that with the day off for everybody, right? That would be definitely helpful. Thanks, Sheila, for that proposal. We will put that in the minutes in bold letters. Right, any further comments? Or are you just thirsty for coffee? All right, that is an answer. So Joao, any reflections from your side?
Just a big thank you to the CAG, very useful discussion and many thoughts that the staff will have to think through and also, of course, bring to the board. Big thank you from my part. Thank you.
So thank you, Joao, for guiding us through this session. So with that, I break for coffee. And as this is my last meeting, I'm very generous and I will allow having the full coffee break until 3:20 as in the agenda. So enjoy the coffee.
Oh, I agree.
We could have like international, we could have, pictures of the financial reports. No, some people have like, sorry.
So welcome back to the last part of the agenda of today, at least the last part of the technical agenda, which is now regarding natural resources. Before we start with that, Ross has to make an announcement. So Ross, over to you.
Thanks, Thomas. And the announcement relates to the social event this evening. And just to remind everybody who's here, board member, CAG member, others, that we're having a social event at Amsterdam Brewery. The space we have is an indoor and outdoor space. Depending on the weather, we might utilize both parts. So if you're thinking about how you dress, it's casual, but if you might want to bring a long sleeve shirt, if we're outdoors, we're weather dependent on which part of the space we'll be in. So that's the first part of the announcement. The second part is if you want help making it to the Amsterdam Brewhouse, Edwin and Augustina from the staff are going to come to the King Blue Hotel at 5:15 to walk down to the Amsterdam Brewhouse, and you can follow along at that time. And with that, I hope everybody's ready to enjoy a nice evening at the Amsterdam Brewhouse.
And bring your umbrella. All right, with that, Edwin, over to you for the last session.
Thanks, Thomas. So it has been a while since the CAG talked about natural resources, and the last meeting or the last discussion with the CAG on this topic was actually in June 2021, where we talked about the general description and also potential recognition of natural resources and how it's impacted by existence uncertainty. So at this meeting, we're going to look at the general description again, but as you can probably see from the title of the paper, we're now talking about a definition. And before I go into the paper, I just want to set out that the reason why we're moving away from a general description to a definition is because we're now in the stage of a project where we're drafting or developing an exposure draft. And usually for exposure drafts or IPSAS, instead of using descriptions, we actually use definitions for terms that have a specific meaning. So that's why the change. Okay. So I'll start with what has happened since our last meeting or our last discussion. So since 2021, we have issued the consultation paper. And part of the consultation paper talked about, well, what is a natural resource? And the general description that ended up being in the final consultation paper is a natural resource is generally described as a resource as defined in the IPSASB's conceptual framework. And it is a naturally occurring item, and it is in its natural state. So if you recall from the 2021 discussion, the last bullet used to say remain in its natural state. So the board has since decided to remove the remain language and just say it has to be in its natural state. And the CP further describes that to be in its natural state, a natural resource has to be not subject to human intervention, which is further defined as not changing the quality or quantity of the natural resource. So the reason why the board had that third bullet in there is really because if you think about it, all physical items were at one point a natural resource or naturally occurring item. So there needs to be some way to delineate between items that fall into the scope of this project and items that fall into existing IPSAS, such as inventory, PP&E, etc. So that's the reason why it was introduced. So in terms of what we've heard from respondents, so a lot of respondents actually did not agree with our general description, and they had a few main concerns. The first was this requirement to be in its natural state is very difficult to implement in practice because in real life, there are situations where it's unclear whether you have changed the quantity or the quality of a resource. So based on that, they said, well, you're introducing a criteria that nobody can really definitively say black or white, whether you're in or out of scope. So that was the first problem. The second problem was this concept of human intervention, which was used to explain whether something was in its natural state. And a lot of constituents wrote in and said, well, this human intervention concept isn't helpful. And some constituents said, well, because of climate change, everything has already been subjected to some degree of human intervention. So does that mean nothing's in scope of the standard? And then on the flip side, there are some constituents that said, well, you didn't specify the degree of human intervention. So if we were to read this code, some might interpret preservation or conservation activities to be essentially intervening with a natural resource, and that would remove it from the scope as well. And that's not what the board originally intended. And then the last issue that respondents brought up was because of this very broad description, there wasn't really any clarity in what this project was trying to do. So they were confused about the scope and objective of this project. And we actually had some government entities writing in, and they were very concerned, oh, does this mean that we have to inventory every single resource in our jurisdiction? Does this mean like a tree in a park needs to be on our financial statements? Or do we have to go out to the wilderness and see how many streams there are? And that's definitely not the intent. So that was another big issue that we took away from the consultation paper. So to resolve this issue, staff thought, well, we can't really resolve it by just changing the definition alone. So we took a multi-pronged approach. And what we're proposing to do in the exposure draft, and this is what we're proposing to the board on Wednesday at this meeting, is to essentially have 3 steps. The first one is to clarify the scope of the standard. So the first step will be saying this project or this exposure draft does not apply to items that are already within the scope of things like inventory, investment properties, PP&E, agriculture, intangible assets, etc. So that already removes a lot of the lack of clarity on what this project is about. The second step is then we're reintroducing or introducing a definition for natural resources. And you'll notice that we have dropped the third criterion. So we're just saying a natural resource is a naturally occurring item, and it is a resource that is defined in the standard. And also in the standard or the draft standard, we're going to explain that resource as defined in the standard is going to be consistent with how it's defined in the conceptual framework. And the reason why we need to do that is because the conceptual framework itself is not authoritative. So we have to somehow work that definition to authoritative guidance. And the last step is really explaining the term resource and what this actually means. And this goes back to the concerns about whether governments have to inventory every single item that's in their jurisdiction. And the answer to that is no. And by resource, the conceptual framework is actually very clear that it has to be an item that is a right to either service potential or the capacity to generate economic benefits. And it must be capable of being accessed by the entity. So we're going to have language in the standard to say that to be a resource, it's not just anything under the sun that can be used for service potential or economic benefits. It has to be actually currently accessible by the entity as well. So that kind of already shuts out a lot of things that are potentially in the ground, but you're never going to use, or stuff that's just sitting out in the wilderness and there's no real plan or real drive to ever extract or use them for anything. Okay? So staff thinks that by using these 3 steps, it'll at least be a bit more clear than how the natural resources were described in the consultation paper. Now, this next part isn't in the draft ED or the paper, but I've put together a kind of flow chart to show essentially how those 3 steps that I talked about will work. And in retrospect, I've realized that the text is really small, but so the first question is really that scoping question. Is it within IPSAS 12, 16, 27, 31, or 45? If it's already in an existing IPSAS, then you would essentially get kicked out of this project and you would just apply the appropriate IPSAS. If you're not already in scope within an existing IPSAS, you would go to the next question, which is, well, is this natural, or is this item you're looking at naturally occurring? If it's not a naturally occurring item, So for example, it could actually be a financial instrument, which is not naturally occurring. Then you would also get kicked out of this project and you would apply the appropriate IPSAS. The next step, if you are a naturally occurring item, then you have to think about, well, is this item a resource as defined in the conceptual framework? If it's not a resource, then as of now, we have not proposed any guidance. So if you're not a resource, you would essentially do nothing. If you are a resource, then you would move down to the next step. And this is already part of the asset recognition criteria. You'd think about, is this naturally occurring item presently controlled? If it is, then you would move down again to ask the question, did this control arise from past events? And if you do have control from past events, then the last question would be, well, is this something that you can reliably measure? If it is, then you may be in a situation where you can recognize something as a natural resource asset. If you are back in whether something is presently controlled, if it's not, then the next step is really to consider, is this item important to the understanding of the entity's finances or its ability to deliver services? And again, if it's not important, then essentially you don't have to do anything. It's not in the scope of this project. But if it's important to the entity's finances or service delivery, then you would actually have some disclosures about this unrecognized natural resource. Okay. And same with also if you if control did not arise from a past event, you would have the same analysis. So this picture really sets out essentially how the scope and definition of our proposals will work. You're essentially going from left to right, and then anytime you're going to the bottom of this diagram, you're essentially kicked out of this this project. And the two results, if you are in this project, it's either you have an unrecognized resource that you have financial statement disclosures on, or in some very rare cases, which we'll talk about on Wednesday, you might actually have a recognized financial resource asset that will have, recognition in statements. You would actually present it as a line item, etc. Okay. So the two questions for the CAG. First of all, do CAG members have advice on how we should proceed or move forward on this issue? And the second question is, do members have any foresee any specific challenges with what we've proposed here today?
Thanks, Edwin. Just one question for clarification before we start the discussion. Can you go back one slide? Here in the third green box, you are asking the question, is the item a resource as defined in the conceptual framework? One slide before, I understood you want to do the definition in the standard because then it's authoritative. Mm-hmm. Are we now looking at the definition in the conceptual framework or in the standard?
It is in the standard. I've just used the conceptual framework in this picture because we haven't actually drafted the standard yet, but it will be the same definition. Yeah.
Okay, then a follow-up question. Does it have any consequences on other standards if we, for the first time, define a resource in a standard and make the definition authoritative by that? Because resource is used in every other standard, I guess.
It will have the same meaning as in the conceptual framework. So from a conceptual perspective, I don't think it will have an impact. I'm not sure about in practice. I don't think it will.
But we still need it, you think?
I think so. I think just to have something in the authoritative text, we will need to have it.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I need to think about that. Ross, you thought about it already.
Not as much as we need to. So there's more thinking to be done. But if you look at what we took to the board this week and what Edwin's been working on, similar to what we have in IPSAS 31, when you're deciding whether your research costs can be eligible for capitalization or expensed, you have indicators that tell you whether you actually have a present future inflow and something you can recover and whether you control it. So Edwin's developed certain indicators that help you determine whether you actually have a resource or not. So it's kind of, I think it's a step more than just bringing in the definition. It's actually, and the board hasn't reviewed these and agreed to them yet, but if they agree, there'll be indicators that help determine, as a matter of fact, there's a natural resource that is a resource.
Okay, thanks for that. Can you just bring up the questions again? Thank you. So, Franz, start us off with this
Thank you, Chair.
wonderful discussion.
Did staff also consider the definition in the GFS for non-produced assets? There's definitely an overlap between non-produced assets in accordance with GFS and the natural resources that you're talking about in this paper.
We have considered it when we were drafting the consultation paper, and we've decided to stay away from it because the non-produced assets seemed to be more narrow than what we were trying to get to. Although in retrospect, we are narrowing our scope quite a bit. We could have another look just to make sure that it's not exactly the same, but we did consider it earlier. Yeah.
Would it be useful to have comments in this paper on the non-produced assets in GFS, because GFS is also a bit of an inspiration for IPSAS, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thanks, Franz. Perhaps we can enhance the first question a little bit to kind of, do we think that the proposed approach tackles the issues which we as a group also had with the description and the scoping? I think that is in essence what you're asking here. So we discussed the whole issue beforehand already in the meeting, and I think you summarized a lot of comments which came also from CAG members having problems with the human intervention, and do we think that the suggested approach now is solving the issue? Perhaps we can kind of give in a direction on that as well. So Karen, and then I see Jeffrey on the screen.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't feel well placed to answer either of those questions at the moment, but perhaps to ask a question instead, because I'm trying to get my head around the definition of resource and how that might apply in practice. And I was thinking particularly about this capability to generate economic benefits, and what's the proximity attached to that, because I'm overthinking this, but I'm linking it to kind of the sort of climate change and sustainability, where if we don't plant trees, for example, to offset carbon emissions, the seas are going to keep rising. And so if we don't do that, then there is an economic consequence. So planting trees to offset carbon, you could argue, will derive an economic benefit, even if the proximity of that is some time away. And is that what is intended in this? Because if it is, you probably capture every tree that exists, no matter what purpose it is. So I'm just trying to work through what's intended in here. So I'm grateful for any help that you can give me on that.
So the intention was there to be a direct link. So I guess the way I read the conceptual framework was more, it is an item or right that directly leads to economic benefits or service potential. So you're right, like if we stretch it far enough, everything will have some impact, right? So I think we need to draw a line somewhere and say, no, it has to be direct. So.
Does that help you, Karen?
Yes, thank you. It does. It doesn't help me answer the questions that you've posed, but it helps me understand what you're trying to define here. So that's a step along the way.
I was hoping to get answers from you now. All right. Okay, Jeffrey, and then Paul.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I still find this definition quite difficult to follow, because it seems to be setting out what it isn't, and then setting out what it is in somewhere else. And if somebody asked me, to say in a few words what this was, I don't think I'd be able to do. So I think, it's not been that successful somehow in coming up with a clear definition. And I think probably one of the problems is that this is actually a very wide concept, natural resources. And I think we should actually be trying to look at something that's a bit more focused. I think we're looking at unexploited resources or something, but because natural resources can end up in any of the other categories. So I wonder whether the term itself is actually a bit too wide, and this is what's causing the problem in terms of coming up with the definition. And then I had some difficulty with this service delivery, and I think somewhere in the paper it talks about service delivery as something to do with conservation, but that to me is not service delivery. That's actually doing something with the item. And then there's some talk about things like, for example, weeds are not included. I'm not sure whether weeds is, I think one person's weed is somebody else's treasure. So I think you need to be a bit careful with that. And then I think somewhere else it talks about, if these are, you're looking at things that are very scarce, which would be a natural resource, but you get scarce weeds. I mean, it all gets very, very complicated as when you dig into it. So for me, it didn't bring an enormous amount of clarity, but it did raise quite a few questions still. So I know that's not very helpful, but I think other people might have similar problems. Thank you.
Thanks, Geoffrey. Paul, and then Anthony.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it did sort of solve the issues that we had with not subject to human intervention, but it really kind of focused to me as almost like the sweep up standard for anything that has not been included in one of the other IPSAS, exactly what the boundary of this is going to be and what actual assets are going to be potentially recognised under this, because we're looking at paragraph 15 and we're talking about it must be readily accessible and currently capable of being used as a service delivery programme, etc., etc. Well, surely by the time it's got to that point, it's on the verge of inventories or something else. So I was really starting to struggle as to what potential assets this would incorporate, because once you get to that level of certainty about the accessibility and exploitation, surely then it's an intangible or something else. And what are we trying to address with this? As I said, is it trying to get assets on the balance sheet that are not already there? Is it trying to stop people putting assets on the balance sheet that we don't really want? I've kind of lost a bit of focus of what we're trying to do there.
Thanks, Paul. I think that's helpful. Anthony, and then Ian.
Thank you. Yeah, similar sort of echo the thoughts of the other CAG members as well, but the question I sort of came to was around its ability to be estimated. May be a way that you could help to sort of reduce the everything as a natural resource or a natural item to that which an entity may have done some estimation work on to quantify the asset value associated with a particular natural resource that it seeks to derive economic benefit out of in the future. And then that would work well with the sort of the inventory approach of it having been, translated in some way from natural resource to harvested or extracted resource or something that was then going to be used adding service value to a public sector entity. So again, very unsure where this is going, but I just wonder if that estimation, similar to say like a mining company may do exploration to estimate the value of its natural resources in the ground, is there a similar sort of parallel with that to then help focus the natural resources that may sit in the financial statements of an organisation?
Thank you, Anthony. Ian.
Yeah, I just wanted to reflect on, I think, the discussion that we've heard thus far. And I think, there's no doubt about the fact that it's going to be one of the important things is actually that we locate what this standard is trying to do in quite a broad field. And there's quite a lot of connection in with other, types of measurement and so on. And some of that was the motivator behind proposing the additional third project, that actually this is an important area for the public sector. And therefore, actually, regardless of what ends up being recognised in the financial statements, there's a lot of other stuff around there that needs to be reported on, which is going to be relevant in terms of sustainability. I think Paul put his finger on the challenge that we've always seen with this project, which is actually that for a lot of governments, there would be an incentive to actually put numbers on stuff sitting underneath the ground, because actually it's very nice to be able to say, well, I've got all these assets and that sorts my fiscal situation out, when the reality is that you're never going to be able to access that. And so we've always seen that in taking this project forward, probably people will be looking for excuses to put stuff on balance sheet, whereas actually we're probably going to be telling them, well, actually, there's not very much extra that you can put on balance sheet. And I think that was probably some of the feedback that came through from constituents was, well, you're hardly ever going to be able to put anything on the balance sheet. So I think there's the bigger picture communication, and then there's probably, to your point, Paul, which is actually maybe where we're going is this won't add very much on the balance sheet, because what we're trying to do is use the conceptual framework and apply the principles in the conceptual framework. What that tells you is if it's not already accounted for elsewhere, and this, I think, goes to Anthony's point, actually, if you look in the, practice in the mining industry, is they have to be fairly well down the road before they can actually recognize anything, and so board's actually going to have a presentation on that particular area, in terms of, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't disclose it, but it does mean that in terms of the rigor of what goes on the balance sheet, that probably means not very much extra will go on. But I think that's important when you look at sort of, say, the figures that were coming through when we had a presentation in Washington in March from the IMF about the balance sheet work that they're doing. And there's a lot of estimated numbers that are being put on the balance sheet, which really, I think personally, actually, I was highly skeptical about, how real are those? But those were what actually moved a lot of governments into positive net worth. So that's a really crucial, and I think we need to get that communication right, and then get the guidance right. So anyway, I think that's, shows this is an important debate, and we just need to actually give people the right perspective on what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. And I think the comments I heard up to now, especially Jeffrey's and Paul's comments, remind me of a project where we had similar questions, which was heritage. In heritage, we had an equally undefined kind of area of items where we didn't know how to deal with it in the beginning. And I think what helped us was asking two questions. The first question is, what is the purpose of heritage accounting in financial statements? So why are we doing it? And secondly, what characteristics make information on heritage relevant for financial statements? And I think probably we need to ask exactly the same two questions. What's the purpose of natural accounting in financial statements? And what kind of characteristics of information makes it relevant to sit in financial statements? So I think it's very comparable from a problem perspective. Timothy.
So I've just been sort of trying to get my head around it as this conversation has evolved, but maybe it was something that's a practical use just to help come up with this definition is to come up with a positive and illustrative positive and negative list. So I was sort of listing things out that might be candidates. And also part of this is where to draw the line. So I was thinking about forests, for example, and also what types of forests. The mining resources is something we've been talking about, but then, as you go from an initial exploration license to a production license, at what point on the scale does one recognize it on the books? Then you have a national park, for example, and the resources within the national park, what do you value? And then there's this issue of natural resources as solar, wind, or sort of river power or some energy or something like that. Do you recognize that, and then at what point or how? So, and thinking about, well, actually, no, those are not what we're talking about, and coming up with just an illustrative positive and negative list, and then revisiting the definition based on actually those practical examples of what makes sense.
Thanks, Timothy. Further comments? I don't see anything. So Edwin, back to you.
Sorry. So we did actually consider whether we should list out items, and the thought was to be more principles driven, we should have a broad definition rather than having specific lists. But I get your point that we could have lists as examples, I think, that will illustrate, what is in and what is out. And that is actually something that we plan to do in the exposure draft, is to have an example where showing what is a natural resource and what isn't. So yeah, and now that I think about it, that was also one of the reasons why we didn't look at the non-produced assets in GFS, because that definition in there and also the way they've described it also felt like a list of defined items. So it was more of a rules-based approach than a principles-based approach. So that's why we stayed away from the GFS definition as well. But like, I hear you, like, I think when we come up with illustrative examples and implementation guidance, we can definitely think about those and incorporate them into the standard. Okay.
I think we put the second question already up. Anything additionally to what we already heard regarding specific challenges with the proposed approach? Karen.
I'm going to do the same again. I'm going to ask a question rather than answer the question. It feels very kind of esoteric and kind of very hard to put your finger on. And I think Timothy's request for examples was to help formulate what kinds of things are we talking about here that might help generate a principles based approach, because I don't think anyone wants a rules based approach. But I think we've heard about that this is an important topic for the sector, and I'm kind of trying to reconcile in my mind where the importance is coming from against kind of the difficulty certainly I'm experiencing in terms of framing actually what this might apply to. And I haven't reconciled the gap between those, and I'm wondering if you can help in terms of, again, what's the problem that we're trying to solve here? Why is this so important? And therefore, is this just a project to stop people doing something that we don't think that they should be doing, or is there something positive? Because if it's the former, maybe there's a way of doing it in existing standards rather than trying to create a new one that's there. So if you like, in terms of, do I foresee any specific challenge? That's my personal challenge in this, in terms of trying to reconcile those 2 points. And I don't know whether it's just me or whether others are struggling with it as well. Thank you.
Ross.
So it's a good question, Karen, and the rest of the CAG members for raising it. And we've been on a bit of a journey on why we're doing this project. If you go back to the inception, we originally proposed this project back in 2017 when we were doing the last consultation for the strategy and work program. And we kind of had one major reason for initially putting it in there, and that was that GFS requires recognition of natural resources. And many from the GFS community said, well, we think it should be in the accounting guidance as well, and we didn't have any guidance at all. So we should explore that. And soon after that, the IMF put out their fiscal monitor, where they focused for the first time on what they would call a balance sheet approach rather than just an income statement approach or stocks approach instead of flows approach. And that fiscal monitor, Ian was talking about it earlier, clearly showed that in certain parts of the world, natural resources revenue is a huge source of income for developing jurisdictions in particular. And the fact that there was nothing on balance sheets related to those future revenues before they developed meant that there was some concern whether countries were getting a fair return on their natural resources when they developed them. So those are kind of the two starting points on why we went down this route. As we worked through developing the consultation paper, that actually evolved quite considerably as the sustainability debate has become more front and center, where people question, well, maybe the real value is the service potential of keeping these things in the ground. Maybe they shouldn't be recognized, which has kind of led us to where we are now. And again, if Edwin didn't get into all the details on this, but we got some pretty strong feedback to that consultation paper saying we don't think you can recognize these things. We're not sure they meet your definition in the conceptual framework. Think about it more. That's kind of driven us to where we are today, and Edwin's proposals, and that he'll be discussing with the board later this week. But the two major concerns were around the description / definition. So, and the human intervention point was highly criticized and questioned, and wanted a better articulation of what a natural resource is. And then the actual whether they could be recognized or not was the other, significant issue that needs to be dealt with in developing the project. But there was also a clear steer from constituents that some sort of guidance was needed and was important because of the importance of this topic as it relates to the sustainability file, as well as the original reasons we took it on. If you're a resource-rich country, your significant amount of your revenue is coming from the development extraction of oil, gas, mining resources.
Thanks, Ross. Lana.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's a very complicated issue. My thoughts on this have evolved as well as I'm learning about the topic. So one of the topics that the discussion group that I'm involved in talked about when natural capital was introduced as a topic, and just a quote that kind of stuck with me, and because I'm an accountant, is maybe something I'll share here and just let that sort of sit. It was, what gets recorded gets managed. So that was the tag, right? To make us think about putting something on balance sheets or on reports so that these assets would get managed better. So I'm just thinking about it from like the Canadian perspective currently. My understanding is that natural resources and crown lands that were not purchased are currently explicitly not permitted to be recorded in the financial statement. So that's a decision that has been taken historically for many years. And I just think that this is the time to sort of rethink that in the conversation that we're having here today, where the stage of the board's project is. It's a really good time to think about the evolution of why that decision was made back then and what has changed. Was it a measurement issue back at the beginning? There's probably a lot more better information now that perhaps takes that argument off or not as prevalent. But I think it does go back to what we're talking about here is like, what is the value? Is it true that what gets recorded gets managed better? If we agree with that, then that's steering us down a particular path to go forward. So I think it's good that we're stepping back and re-asking that question at this stage. So I would support that.
Thank you, Lana. Any further comments?
I mean, to what Lana's just said, I think in a sense that is where that point about what is covered by other standards, I think is really important. And this probably goes to Karen's point as well. And I think it isn't just as simple as saying, well, if it's covered by another standard, you use that, because I think what we may need to do is reflect on what are the, if you like, the examples or the guidance that's provided with those other standards, and think about it through the lens of this project and say, okay, we do think, I don't know, fences around natural parks are property, plant and equipment, for example, so that you provide the context. And I think that's what I'm hearing from the CAG, that there may be, it isn't just a technical thing, it's actually a kind of, okay, where do I go for this? Okay, there's something there that tells me that's where I should be for this type of thing, without moving away from, which I think is Edwin's point, that it does need to be principle-based guidance. But I think we can probably help a bit with some signposts in terms of, in the existing guidance, there may be something additional there that's required to show we've thought it through in this context. And then actually, I think, you know, so that would help with the signposting to somewhere else. And I think that point about, yes, we have thought this through, and therefore, does that give us anything that we would actually say, well, you know, think about this here, you know, and I don't know the answer to that, but I just think actually that's probably one of the things that we should think about, which is this whole signposting thing, and helping people with, actually, we've already given you the guidance. It's just that you need to provide it in this context, use it in this context. And that's exactly what we've done with RPG3 and RPG1 and sustainability reporting. So I don't think it's rocket science, but I do think it requires some thought. And perhaps, as we did with RPG3, it might well be that there are some examples which might go to green infrastructure or something like that, which would show, yeah, this sits in property, plant and equipment or whatever.
Thanks, Ian, for that. Sheila, last comment, and then I think we can conclude.
Yeah, just thinking of my cynical side, which exists because of my experience with some governments in the US. I do worry what Ian was mentioning, that, you know, would governments look to record these, quote, natural assets to make their financial statements look better? And then the other side, so I'm sort of like, well, maybe they shouldn't record those. But then I'm like, well, you get into the situation where a government might have a park, say Yellowstone, and during the budget process, they decide, well, let's just sell some of that park land. In the budget, you get all that cash and you record it as revenue. There's no offsetting, you know, oh no, we just got rid of an asset that would be valuable for future generations. So those would be my both sides of the issue.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you for that. It was helpful. Further comments? No. Quiet? Right. I can understand that. So thank you for those comments regarding this really important project. Thanks, Edwin, for the presentation. And I think with that, we are coming to the end of the technical agenda of this CAG meeting. Ian, any final reflections on that?
Well, I think just on reflections on the meeting, I think actually we've had some very useful discussions, and I think those will go into the board debates this week, actually. So I think thank you very much to CAG members. I think there have been some really important points raised. I think it's been useful and timely in that respect. I think before we go much further, though, I think James has an announcement he would like to make, and I have a few words that I would like to say. So, James, I think we need to move round to the front, actually.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Ian. I'm supposed to wait until the closed session at the end of today. But what the heck? Let's not wait. In this morning's closed session, the CAG had both a difficult job to attend to and an easy one. The difficult job was to accept that this is Thomas's last CAG meeting as your chair, as he has come to his term limits. The easy job was to select his successor. And it was easy because of the talented individual put her name forward as a candidate. The CAG voted according to agreed procedure and unanimously elected Ms. Fabienne Colon as incoming CAG chair. We will have plenty of time to welcome and further congratulate Fabienne. But again, back to an easy and a very enjoyable one, yet difficult. Please let me turn it back to Ian Carruthers.
So thank you, James. And I now just want to say a few words on behalf of the board and I think probably also from the CAG to say thank you to Thomas for the positive and professional way in which you've led the CAG over the last 7 years. I think as the inaugural CAG chair, you've played a huge part in actually shaping the way that the CAG operates and how its discussions influence the board. You know, and I've been privileged to see that at close quarters. And I think, you know, the fact that you as the inaugural chair have had a real impact, that, you know, we've seen that, the extent of that impact. And I think, yes, that's down to CAG members, but that lasting impact is something that really is a tribute to how effectively you've played that role. And I think, you know, I was sort of thinking, well, how do you characterize that? And I think in the best sense of the term, I think that you have been properly a critical friend to us. I think, you know, in terms of the fact that you've always been supportive of the work of the board, but also you've been entirely objective, I would say, throughout the time in terms of actually, you know, being, you know, absolutely objective and you know, bringing the feedback into our debates and discussions. And this is where I need the clicker from somebody. Okay, that's what I'm missing. Because I think one of the things that's enabled you to do that has actually been the length of your association with the board. And I think you showed that just even in that last discussion where you reminded the CAG about the fact that we've had a similar debate before in the context of heritage. But I think, you know, obviously I'm talking about your role as CAG chair for the last 7 years. But of course, that's very, very much not the whole story. So Thomas, as many of you will know, was a board member for 6 years. You did a full 2-3 year terms, 2009 to 2014. And the board did a lot of work during that time. In particular, I think that coincided with a lot of the heavy lifting for the conceptual framework. We approved that in 2014, but that was very much a present debate in all of our work during that time. And I think the power of that is manifest today in the debate we've just been having on natural resources. But that's not the entire story, because as probably not so many people actually know, Thomas's association with the board actually started way before that in 2002, when he became a member of the what was then called the Steering Committee on Social Policy Obligations. I mean, for steering group, read task force. Him and one other person, one David Watkins, sitting there, and that issue was one of the real issues that I think has really caused us a lot of problems for a number of years. By various twists and turns, eventually that ended up as IPSAS 42 on social benefits, and of course you were CAG chair during the exposure draft and the finalisation of that, and that was certainly difficult. There's some difficult discussions there, and I know, I appreciated your counsel both inside and outside the meetings, and then of course the final output from that actually was IPSAS 48 on transfer expenses. So, it's very apposite that that has just been published. Now, I mean, I have to say I've hugely enjoyed working with you throughout a lot of that time. And that's not just in your capacities within IPSASB, it's also with your other hats on, EY partner, chair of the Accountancy Europe Public Sector Committee. And I think the thing that always comes through is your professionalism and your dedication, and just how you got through all of that. I don't know. I'm hugely in admiration of that. And I think, you know, one of the things about those of us that work with the CAG and around the board is it's not just about the work. Actually, it translates into real and lasting friendships. And I think that's very much on a personal basis. I think that's very much what's happened. So all I want to do is just say thank you. I mean, it's you know, it's very small for what you've actually done, but thank you on behalf of the CAG and the board. And we have a little something to officially recognise your term just as CAG chair on this occasion. So we have a special plaque here, which for you to remember the time.
Yeah, I think that's the point where I have to say a few words. First, obviously, IPSAS makes you getting old. If I look at the pictures, not necessarily the fashion was nicer. Okay. So, yeah, please bear with me, dear colleagues and friends. I just want to share a few thoughts in this really emotional moment for me. As you can imagine, I think Ian described it very well from a lot of different perspectives, how I was connected to the work of this family. So when I accepted the request to establish the CAG as part of the IPSASB governance, I knew it would be a real challenge. And it was. What I did not know, how much pleasure it would be. And over the last 7 years, I think we as the CAG went through an amazing maturity process, growing into a position from where we can effectively fulfill our task, which is supporting the board in responding to the various challenges while working through its real complex work program. And this was only possible thanks to CAG members' huge efforts and great enthusiasm with which you contributed to the CAG meetings. So, but as already described in our great conceptual framework, which you mentioned, which was published in 2014, non-exchange transactions are the prevalent type of transactions in the public sector. And when thinking about the last years, I found this is very true. Contributing to the IPSASB in general, and specifically serving as the CAG chair, is definitely a non-exchange transaction for me. I accepted to fulfill a performance obligation, but the consideration I received was many times higher than my own contribution. So I always felt it as being a privilege to contribute to the development of globally accepted harmonized public sector accounting standards, which are of such a high importance for the functioning of public finance management, regardless where you are in the world. And I think many of you realize that when they travel, that we hear always the same comments. So it is the CAG's task to provide a platform for an exchange on implementation issues and new perspectives regarding more overarching and strategic topics. And I think we have been fantastic in kind of doing that in the last years. And so we can hear it in every implementation session during the CAG meetings, how beneficial the application of the IPSAS is, but also where the challenges in regards of specific standards are. Having been part of establishing that platform is certainly one of the greatest experiences in my professional life. So this is the point where I want to again thank all CAG members for the fantastic performance over the last years. Some of you have accompanied me from the beginning. Others are relatively new to the group. But in whatever composition, it was always a huge pleasure to work with you on the topics around public sector financial accounting, either personally or virtually to the people on the screen here. And now with sustainability reporting, a complete new task is on the table. And it has a good reason that the outside world is requesting the IPSASB to provide guidance in that matter. The issue of climate change and the need for sustainable operations, might it be that of private sector companies or governments, is of great urgency. And I'm convinced that there's no one better position to provide leadership and guidance for the public sector than the IPSASB. But with these challenges for the IPSASB comes a new task for the CAG as well. As the CAG, we cannot remain satisfied with what we have achieved in the last years. Like the IPSASB, and Karen outlined that in the private session in the morning, like the IPSASB, the CAG has to run through an evolution, find its own role in that new area next to the other groups supporting the board. So I encourage all members of the CAG to continue its great efforts and to support Fabienne in her new role as the new chair in these turbulent times. So having been part of all these developments around public sector accounting over the last years makes me very thankful. And this is not only because of the professional experience and the technical knowledge I was able to gain over all these years of connection to the board and the CAG. It is overwhelmingly due to you all, due to the great IPSASB family. I want to finish with a few more thank yous. And first of all, I want to thank Ian for the great chairs cooperation. I think we both had to grow into our roles, and I want to thank you for your great mutual support during the last years. Please forgive me when you from time to time had the impression you have a 19th board member. Furthermore, I want to thank great staff. Great thanks to staff for all the support, either directly to me as chair or by accepting the additional task of providing specific papers for the CAG. The right scoping and focus of the CAG papers, including asking the right questions, is the main enabler for the CAG to be helpful to the board. Especially, I need to mention Ross, who supported me in the first exciting years in such a great way. Thank you, Ross, for that. Followed by Dave and Eileen. Your support was amazing and absolutely invaluable as well. But one person supported the CAG constantly over all these years, and that is Leah. Leah sitting in the back, supported and helped by Vanessa in the last years. Thank you for your great organizational support during my term as a chair. A big thank you also goes to James, sitting here now, for many great discussions and his strategic advice at many occasions. That was really helpful many times. And finally, especially, I want to thank the PIG for the constructive dialogues and leadership the PIG members provided during the yearly meetings. I'm sure you all will provide Fabienne as my successor with the same level of support as I enjoyed in the last years. And dear Fabienne, I wish you all the best for your new role. Please rest assured that I will support you in taking over as best as I can. So let me conclude by saying, when I started, I joined a group of professionals, and now I'm leaving a bunch of friends. It was a fantastic time. So thank you for everything. Thank you. So with that, I conclude the official part of the CAG meeting, and I ask CAG members to stay in the room for the private session. And I'm looking forward to meet everybody else at the social at 5:30. See you there. Thank you.